Okay, thank you very much, AGP. We are ready to go. I'd like to call this meeting of the Cambria Community Service District to order. And our first order of business is, as always, is a Pledge of Allegiance. So if you join me, please. Thank you. Let the record show that all members are present and that we have a quorum. And a report from closed session, Mr. Carmel.
I'm pleased to report there was no closed session.
Thank you, sir. Special reports. First order of business, the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Mr. President, Board. Stuart MacDonald from the Sheriff's Co-Station covering the Cambria area. I am happy to report to you today the statistics from the month of April. As we discussed at the last meeting, there was a little property crime spike, and so that's reflected in this report. For the month of April, we had a total of 284 calls for service. It was down slightly from March. That included 44 emergency services calls that are dispatched through our agency, 24 assist other agencies. There were 2 crimes against persons, and those were 2 battery reports, which is basically physical assault with a minor injury. 1 domestic violence, which was a spousal abuse. There were 12 crimes against property. There were 4 burglaries, 5 thefts, 2 vandalisms, and a trespass. To break down those burglaries for you, 1 occurred at a business. There was an unlocked window at that business through which the suspect gained entry. There was a theft from a storage unit, which was a burglary. There was also a vehicle burglary where a vehicle's window was smashed to take a high-end electronic item, and then 1 residential burglary where a laptop computer was taken from within a residence. The 5 thefts were mainly from unlocked vehicles. So again, I encourage the public present to share with their neighbors that leaving their vehicles in front of their residence, not in a garage, those vehicles should be locked and valuables removed. There were 9 disturbance calls, 18 check the welfare or citizen assistance calls, 9 suspicious subjects or suspicious circumstance calls, 23 incomplete 911 calls, 29 alarm calls, and a total of 85 self-initiated field activity, which is activity that is generated by the patrol deputies as they move through the community. That included 37 traffic or pedestrian stops, and then 48 on-site or flag-down type calls. A great number of those were compliance checks that we do on a quarterly basis throughout the community. And as an aside, I've added the number of arrests for drunk in public, and for the month of April it was 1 arrest for drunk in public. That will probably rise as we go into the warmer summer season. Being 2/3 of the way through the next reporting period, I did a little bit of looking, and as far as burglaries and thefts, at this point in May, we're at 2 each. So hopefully we're seeing a little bit of a decrease in that, and hopefully that number will hold through to the end of the month.
Okay, any questions, comments?
Yes, I have a quick question. When you were talking about self-motivated checks, And you mentioned compliance checks. What are you checking compliance for as a sheriff?
That's a check of certain registered persons.
Okay. And it sounds like it's about 3 a day. 80, was it, or even less?
The number of those compliance checks are compiled with a great number of other things. And that number of checks was somewhere under 10.
Okay, thank you very much, Sergeant. Appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chief Miller, the Fire Department report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. You have all the statistics and stuff in your packet for our activity for the fire department for last month, so I won't get into that. But last month I mentioned that we are noticing a big uptick in the amount of vegetation fires due to the drought conditions and that type of thing around the county and the high wind conditions that we've been having. And I cannot overemphasize enough the importance of defensible space, and we're asking all of the community to partner with us to try to look after and take the responsibility for cleanup around their homes. The wildland fire danger to a home can be significantly reduced with a combination of defensible space and some simple building characteristics, one of them being vent retrofits. And I want to make our services available for anyone that has any kind of questions or wants some kind of guidance on that or an inspection, any of that type of thing, we're available for it. So we're getting ready to kick off our weed abatement, and you know, we make all the effort we can to reduce that danger in the community, but it's a partnership. We have to ask the community to take responsibility and look around their own homes and try and take care of a lot of that on their own as well. So since the last meeting, we've had 2 fairly decent veg fires. We had one up Harmony that ended up being contained because it was grazed land. It was contained to about an acre. It was started by an electrical line. Last week, we had a fire up Old Creek Road that was fairly significant. It went to about 35 acres. And we were fortunate enough to have aircraft. We had 2 air tankers and a helicopter, and we were able to contain that to about 35 acres. No homes were damaged. So it's very early for that type of fire activity on the coast. So it could be a long year for us this year. The CCSD and the Community Healthcare District Ambulance continue working toward a resolution or a way to confirm the commitment for the shared services and the merger of the 2 agencies. The actual operational portion of that is fairly easy to accomplish and makes sense, but the legal part of it, as far as being able to have the healthcare district employees engage in firefighting activities, has become a little bit of a stumbling block for us, and we've got several pathways that we're looking at to try and resolve those issues. The ad hoc committee's been working on that. One of them is working through LAFCO to see if there's a way to arrange in a merger of the 2 agencies, or to change the makeup of the Joint Powers Authority to possibly find a legal way to make that happen. And the second way is through legislation in the state with political assistance. So that would be more of a long-term way. So I don't know if any of the board has any questions on any of that, on where we're at, but if anybody wants to ask anything specific of what the ad hoc committee's been up to.
Director Clifton.
I was going to report on it later, but it might be appropriate at this time. I was in Sacramento for 3 days last week with the the California Special Districts Association legislative days and did have time to sit down with Cacho and explain what our legal situation was. His position was his office is open and would be willing to participate and do whatever they can to help out as a final type of a thing if need be. Since he's chairman of the local government committee, we might have a friend in court if we ultimately need it.
I know the healthcare district is also preparing to look at writing a letter to LAFCO and ask for a little bit of assistance from them as well. So, currently, we're engaged in a recruitment. We're seeing we've got 17 candidates that we're testing right now as we speak, and looking to try to bring on 5 or 6 employees to shore up our reserves that we've lost. What a great group of candidates that we have this year. It's amazing to see the amount of expertise that we had available, and I think most of that is due to recruitment down at Allen Hancock. But we're looking at a lot of well-qualified people who also are paramedics as well. So. Last week, we co-opted with the Sheriff's Department and some of the community to run another emergency drill at the middle school, and it went off very well. There were some twists and turns that were put in there by our resident Sheriff Todd Steeb that they weren't the typical type of fire drill that you would see where the kids evacuate the building. There were some special hurdles that were designed into the program to where it made the faculty think on their feet and to try to resolve some other issues that were going on. It wasn't your typical fire drill. So with that, if there's any questions, I'll entertain them. Otherwise, that concludes my report.
Director Robinette?
Thank you for the report, Chief Miller. 2 things. I was interested in the defensible space on what our either regulations or strong recommendations for residential are. And, we certainly know about the weed abatement coming up. But I was wondering, is there any possibility of a kind of an outreach to the community beyond our audience today to get some, and I was thinking actually of the Cambrian, and that it would be a nice kind of timely thing to at least have the recommendations, specifications for where things should be trimmed back around people's homes.
That's a good point, and I have Captain Bitto, who is our public education captain, is going to be making that effort with the Cambrian to try to get a public, announcement out and to put those specs out there. But just real quick, it's 100 feet and out to 100 feet is the preferred thing. Here in the community, that's difficult because of the small property lines. So, the law reads 100 feet or to the property line. So that's why it's so important to get that defensible space, that good defensible space around the home to the property line, and combine that with looking at, maybe retrofitting the attic vents and those type of things where embers can intrude. So we have a lot of good advice on that, and that is a relatively cheap thing to do, and it can, that is the number one thing for your building construction features on your home that that has to do with your survivability of your home. So, and it's as basic as using some 1/8 inch screening or hardware cloth behind your vents. Typically, if you look at your vents, you'll see that they're 1/4 inch screening on there, and that's too big. That'll allow embers to intrude. So if you size that down, you still get the airflow into your vents that you need, but you keep the embers out. So those two things are important. There's a lot of other things that we could advise on, and we'll try and get that in the public service announcement as well, to where people are aware that they can come to us for that type of expertise, or a inspection, home inspection, if they would like it.
Yes, I really agree with you. I think it's really the opportunity, and now is good timing, and you've got great resources to share with them, so I appreciate that. The other thing is, I do know that NCOR had a practice with the Highway Patrol, the helicopter.
The helicopter?
Last weekend, and I kept looking with binoculars. I still couldn't find them. But do you happen to have any feedback from that? I thought that was also a rather specialized, interesting practice.
That is a drill that they run annually. They work with the CHP H-70 helicopter to do a technique called helocasting, and they drop the NCOR team off. They'll have them in wetsuits and swimming gear, ocean swimming gear, and the chopper will fly out and drop them in to simulate, if there were people trapped on rocks or in the water that needed to be rescued. They drop one of the team members down to stabilize them and then hoist them back up. So that's what that was all about. Yeah, and that's a very popular training, by the way. Everyone clamors to get a shot at that. They love jumping out of that helicopter into the ocean.
Well, so they jump. They don't lower them?
They jump out, and then they pull them back up on the hoist.
Okay, well, I saw some
Yeah.
great pictures, so it looked like all went well.
Yeah, it did. Yeah,
Director Rice, you had a question?
oh,
Are you going to be here for item 8B on the fuel hazard reduction?
absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I'll save my comment till then.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief. Okay.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, moving on
It's very hard to stay ahead of you.
Moving to item 3, presentations. And directors, I might say that one of the perks of being president of the district is that every once in a while you're able to make a presentation or recognize Cambrians who have done some very worthy things on behalf of the community. And today it gives me great pleasure, and as a veteran myself, to make a presentation to a young man who has done us all proud. And I'd like to ask Terry Farrell, who's a commander of the American Legion in town, and Kyle Plummer, if you would please take the podium. And Terry, if you would make the introduction, then we'll let Kyle.
They didn't tell me about this, Kyle. So I had enough time to say, good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the board. American Legion Post 432 very much appreciated the opportunity to contribute in a very small way to a wonderful project that Kyle Plummer has prepared. It's very respectful. It acknowledges the contribution of our veterans, our Korean War veterans. The first time I saw it, the next thing I did was I went and asked my wife to come look at this fantastic film. Very, very impressed. And it's been a pleasure to meet Kyle and his family. Kyle?
Well, first, thank you, Terry, for saying that. I want to know, first of all, how much do you all know, really, about the Korean War, about what went on, and just as a question? So we can all take a general agreement that it can be considered overlooked, possibly, in the shadow of World War II, and then afterwards with Vietnam, etc. The Korean War has been labeled the Forgotten War. Sometimes it has been even ignored as a war, just called a police action. And when I first heard about this, it was the GI Film Fest in Washington, D.C., and they offered a chance for high school filmmakers to make a video about the Korean War. And it interested me at first. I was like, okay, what the heck? I love making movies. This would be a great experience for me. And I looked in my history textbook for school, first place I looked. They had chapters and chapters on World War I, World War II. They only had a paragraph about the Korean War. And that just stuck with me, and it really inspired me to want to tell the stories of local veterans, Korean War veterans. So with Terry Farrell's help and the American Legion, I got in contact with 13 people, and I interviewed them all, and I ended up making 3 videos, and the one you're going to watch tonight, or today, is the video that was selected as a top 5 finalist in the GI Film Festival in the Korean War initiative category for high school filmmakers, and it was a great honor. We were able to go to Washington, D.C. and see the film there. But I think the most important thing that has come from this is the respect that I have gotten for these veterans, the friendships that I have made with them, as well as what I have learned about the war itself, and how I'm able to now bring it out to people of our community, to people of our world, and be able to share their stories. So with that, I believe we can segue into the video. Thank you.
Well, the Korean War was only 5 years after World War II. And the American public, by and large, was sick of war.
Well, it was quite different than World War II. Of course, the landing was about the same as during World War II, where we were brought in by ships and then went down the rope ladders on the side of the ship into LCIs and made a beachhead.
Well, at 17, you're indestructible, and you don't really fear too many things.
I remember friends who died. One man died in my arms, bled to death. On the way from Busan, the southern port, when they first arrived, we went up on a train, a little small, narrow gauge railway. It was all shot up, full of bullet holes. There wasn't a glass window left. A trooper in front of me, in the front of the seat, right directly in front of me, took a sniper around through the head. And I was absolutely terrified after that.
There must have been 50 or 100 MiGs scrambled. And I looked up and I couldn't find my escort. They had dropped their tanks and they were looking for the MiGs. And 4 came down on me. Like I say, I was alone and unarmed, but I wasn't unafraid.
The flight deck at night, cold, windy, scary, couldn't see. Besides, jets had, if they blew out the back, the jet stream, they could blow you over the deck. And we had people we lost that way.
It was 75 degrees below zero at night and about 35 below zero in the daytime. Then the Navy would come in with their carrier airplanes. They would drop napalm on the Chinese. And the Chinese were so cold too that as the burning bodies of Chinese were there, the rest of the Chinese would gather around the burning bodies just to stay warm.
Had a couple of friends that one of the great memories was to go and visit these 2 friends different times who were terminally ill or wounded, and to banter with them and try not to equivocate about their condition, but yet be upbeat. And that was pretty hard, but it made me grow up a little bit too.
I saw a lot of what, we didn't have that term then, but collateral damage. I saw a lot of examples of that, how people were literally starving. They were living in cardboard shacks in the streets, and every once in a while the military would come through and bulldoze those shacks to keep the streets open. And so those people had to scatter and start all over again.
They were in battle, and the one man froze at the cannon, so he pulled him off, and he started firing because otherwise they would have all got blown up. But they blew up one of the buildings where he was shooting away from, and a big piece of wood hit him in the head, and he had a big gash in his head.
People were, for the most part, oblivious that we even were fighting over in Korea.
There were no celebrations, no flags, no anything.
There was absolutely no reception there at all, except for the personnel clerks. And it was really disappointing.
I'm disappointed still. I was bitter way back then. Sometimes you have support, sometimes you don't. We didn't have it, and I'm so pleased that the people who are serving today are getting the support that they deserve.
I think it's a good thing what you're doing, because I would guess that the Korean War isn't necessarily a forgotten war, but it certainly isn't a thought of war.
The Korean War has had so little recognition in history, and it was actually one of the more difficult wars that we've had, but the Korean War was more or less forgotten. In fact, I think someone wrote a book once about Korea, the Korean War, saying the forgotten war. And that's the way it is, I think, and I think that should be rectified.
Thank you, and I'd like to also recognize some of the Korean vets that are here today. We're honored to have you with us, and not all could be here, but I'd like to ask those, and I'll read their names, who are here, if you would stand and be recognized. Jess Bathke. Ben Bolden. Robert Brown. Alan Doctor. Joseph Corpiel. Dwayne Waddell. And Peter Wolf. And we also have, I believe it is Shirley Vega, who's, was it your husband that was in the war? And your daughter Delphine, is she here? Thank you. Shade. Oh, Al Shade. Al, are you here? And did I miss anybody else? Okay, I know, personally I know Dave Crowther, who could not be here, and Dave was the gentleman that was in the video right at the beginning. And for those of you who know who Dave, he's very unassuming, and he recently joined the Legion, well, recently, a year or so ago. And I don't think many people know that he holds a Silver Star and 2 Purple Hearts. Is quite an amazing individual. At any rate, thank you, gentlemen, for your service, and we appreciate it. Okay, could we do one more thing, Kathy? Before that, I have a proclamation I'd like to present to Kyle, and I'm going to read it here and then join you at the podium. It's a proclamation from the Cambrian Community Services District commending Kyle Plummer for his documentary, May 23, 2013. And it reads thusly. Whereas Kyle Plummer presented his short documentary, Korea Remembered, at the GI Film Festival in Washington, D.C. earlier this month, and whereas his 5-minute movie was one of the 5 winners of the Heroes Remembered Voices of Korean War Veterans filmmaking contest that challenged high school students to capture the experiences of American Korean War veterans on video, and whereas before entering the contest held in conjunction with the U.S. Department of Defense's 60th anniversary of the Korean War Commemoration Committee, Kyle knew little about the forgotten war waged between North Korea, South Korea, and their allies between 1950 and 1953. And whereas through the American Legion Post 432 in Cambria, Kyle reached out to veterans and their families to share their stories. He interviewed 12 veterans on camera, including retired members of the U.S. Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and Navy, as well as several family members. And whereas Kyle is pleased the Korean War veterans will be able to be recognized and have their stories told, he edited the footage he shot into 3 short films, Korea Remembered, Indivisible Service, and Family Pride. And whereas he and his younger brother have crafted several short films in recent years, winning Best Local Film in the Filmmakers of Tomorrow showcased at the 2010 San Luis Obispo International Film Festival, and a first-place prize at the 2010 Chicago International Children's Film Festival. Now therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me as President of the Board of Directors, and on behalf of the entire Board, CCSD staff, and all Cambrians on this day of May 23, 2013, we hereby honor and commend Kyle Plummer with this proclamation of public recognition, extending to him our appreciation for his distinguished works and best wishes for continued success in all his future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Yes.
We'll do that, and we also have a little bit of cake and coffee for everyone next door, so if you would join us there for a few minutes, we'll take about a 10-minute break and do that, and we'll get the rest of the pictures, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the community thanks you.
Thank you.
Yeah, along with that other proclamation, I have also proclaimed that this is Feel Good Thursday. So we're also going to have a presentation regarding the Cambria Tourist Board. I know that a lot of folks in town have heard the initials CTB or Tourism Board, and there's a lot of confusion about what it is and what they do and who they represent. And I think, especially since they have mega bucks and that they are looking to fund community organizations for doing good things, we need to hear from them, and so we're pleased to have with us today Linda Finley. And Linda, if you would take the podium and tell us a little bit about your organization.
Good afternoon, everyone, Mr. Chairman and the board. First of all, I want to thank you so much for inviting us to come and share about the Cambria Tourism Board. I'm currently one of the board members, and none of the others are here today. But our current board consists of Bram Winter from the Cambria Pines Lodge, who is our chair, Nancy Carr from the San Simeon Pines Lodge, I think is the name of it, Victoria Marino has her Victoria's Last Resort, Ken Cooper from the Bluebird, Deborah Scarborough from the Black Cat Cafe, myself, and Pragna Patel from El Calibre. I am one of the non-contingent members, but I was allowed to be appointed to the board because of my background in the hospitality and the retail industry in this town. The other non-contingent is Deborah Scarborough. The requirement for the rest of the board needs to be that they are involved in some part of the lodging industry. So we've been in flux a bit. Our board has been in existence for about 2 years, a little over 2 years. And basically all the questions that will be probably concerning everybody will be in the presentation that I'm about to start. So if you want to interrupt me and ask any questions, either the audience or the board, you can. However, it might be better just to listen to the whole presentation, and then if I haven't answered any of your questions, I'll be happy to try. Okay? So now if I can get this started. Do I start it? No input, that doesn't look good. It's a beautiful color. It is a very pretty color. Yeah. We tried it this morning. Well, if I could dance, I'd dance for you. Kathy's going to sing. We practiced this morning. It worked this morning. Nope. Sorry.
Oh.
Well, while we're waiting,
I'll get it
I
to
did
you.
bring some literature that's on the table in the front, and also a sign-up sheet after the meeting. If you're interested in being informed of our upcoming meetings and just knowing in general about the CTB, please sign up. We'll put you on our email list and invite you to come to our regular meetings. That's addressed in the presentation as well. And another thing I can mention is part of the CTB, we put together a program called the Stewardship Traveler Program, and they're having a mixer this evening at 6 o'clock in Cayucas at 440 D Street in Cayucas, and it's open to the public. Again, it's just another opportunity to introduce the county about what we're doing within the Stewardship Traveler Program, which is a part of the whole process of the Tourism Board. So if you want any more information about that, I'd be happy to provide that as well. What else do I have in my notes that I can fill in with already? Make note of winecoastcountry.com. That is the blanket website for the County Tourism Board, the County Business Improvement District, which is the mother blanket for all of the individual tourism boards within the county in the unincorporated part of the county. That's about it. That's about it. I'm really sorry we had it working this morning.
I think it might be too high-tech for our purposes here. I don't know. What?
Carlos, we plugged it in, it came right up. It was right up there on the screen. No problem.
Let me just throw out there while we're waiting for that. One of the other reasons why I wanted Linda to present today was that we are attempting to get new trash receptacles for the downtown area, and Linda is proposing or will propose a public art project in connection with those new trash receptacles in an attempt to help to beautify the downtown area. And I know Ms. Bettenhausen has been particularly interested in that issue. So we would look forward to working with your project when we're at that point.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's actually, yeah, that is not in the presentation, so thank you for mentioning that. We had a
On a related note, I did get a request at the NCAC meeting for the long neck cigarette butt cans and new recycling bins downtown, because the ones that are there, Dawn Dunlap said, whose idea was it that they were white? The recycling bins downtown, and also a request for watering the flower beds by the elementary school, by the old elementary school. So those are kind of related to the trash cans. I'm glad to hear about the art project. That's be interesting to find out how they're going to do that.
Perhaps we should move forward and then come back.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. She's running out to get her flash drive. We're having some computer problems, and so we're going to see if we can reload it.
Okay, why don't we move forward with the agenda, and we'll come back to this then.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move on to public comment. On items not on the agenda today, we have a number of individuals that would like to speak, and so why don't we move forward with that. First on the list is Joellen Butler.
I'm going to move Linda's stuff here, so she'll have it when she comes back. Good afternoon, President Thompson and board. I'm going to continue with the feel-good theme, and I'm here to say thank you. I was here almost a year ago on behalf of Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, asking the board for a provision in the new Vets Hall fee schedule for nonprofits to request a fee waiver for use of the hall. Because paying full fees for a lot of us means that we can't do the community events that we have done for years and would like to continue doing. I'm here to say thank you, CCSD, for waiving the Vets Hall fees for our annual Wildflower Show. It was at the end of last April, and it was the most successful show we've ever had. We had over 555 attendees. We had 550 species shown. We had 65 volunteer hours, from 2 hours working at the entry table to one person did over 100 hours in terms of scouting and collecting and typing and providing the information for the show. It's truly a community event and has a large participation. We had 2 board members, of your board members, who also volunteered to help us, and it was nice to see you both there. And the show, which is an educational community event, was quite an accomplishment, one we're very proud of, and it was made possible in part by you, the CCSD board. We thank you, and we look forward to having a better show next year. In gratitude, and because our show was so successful this year, we are making a donation to the Vets Hall of $300 to help cover the expense of allowing us to use the building. And we would like to set an example for other people who have successful events here to make a donation also to help cover their costs of using the Vets Hall. We know we used water, we used electricity, you know, people had to come in and clean, even though we did a great job of cleaning. We know that it costs to have us be here. I'd also like to say what a pleasure it is working with the facilities staff of the CCSD and with the CCSD board itself. Last Saturday, 5 volunteers spent 2 hours each shoring up the Victoria Trail entrance, and we laid poles on edge and pounded rebar through them and then covered the trail with chips in a place that it was beginning to slip down the hill after 10 years of use. We were supported in that by CCSD staff, and we couldn't have done it without them. They were great. And then 2 to 3 times a week, we have weed warriors that work out on the ranch removing thistles and other invasives. And it's been great being able to work with CCSD staff to get that done. We appreciate the ability to work closely with the CCSD to keep the ranch the wonderful place that it is and that we all enjoy. And thank you. Oh, I also want to say thank you for passing the MOU last meeting. I wasn't able to be here. And we appreciate the ability to have an outreach table at the ranch and take donations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. We too appreciate our relationship with the Friends of the Fiscal Indian Ranch Preserve. Director Clift?
Can I ask a question? Ms. Butler, if you didn't make that $300 donation to the CCSD, how would that money be used?
It would be used for things like hiring the 3 Cs to come out and help us weed the ranch.
And I bring that up only because I understand what you're doing, but I don't want to imply that community groups who put all their money back into this community would somehow feel the need to have to do that. I personally would like to reject your donation and let you use that for the ranch. You know,
well, you know,
I don't have the authority to do that, but
a year ago when we were talking about doing this, there was a lot of concern about, you know, using the facilities and people using them who could afford to give something back to the Vets Hall, and so that it's a gesture that we would like to make.
I personally think that we should gratefully accept that, but if you have a $300 need, that you could probably ask the general manager for that assistance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, and I'm sure he's going to continue on with the Feel Good Thursday, is Jeff Hellman.
Oh, I'm on the spot. You guys got me. And it is changing. I guess now's the appropriate time to ask, though. This is changing everything. I wanted some clarification on what the criteria is. I went to this meeting a week ago last Tuesday over at the supervisors. It was about the Kingston Bay project. And I know we have some projects going here. You know, after this whole meeting today, this is not the kind of stuff I necessarily want to bring up, but I would like to get clarification. These projects probably weren't first on the water list. I know there's a waiting list and everybody wants to get their thing built. And they were issued water meters or weren't. I'm confused in talking to a bunch of people who don't seem to understand. I thought maybe when I was at this meeting that the decision was made 11 or 12 years ago because the zoning was planned as such and meters were issued. But I have a friend who went through the process of getting a meter, building and all that, and said the intent to serve isn't an automatic issuance of a water meter. So my question to you is really this. Were you compelled by some kind of legal mandate to allow these people to go ahead with their projects? And if so, you know, what was the legal mandate? Or was it your own discretion? Did you use your own discretion in deciding to move these 2 projects ahead of everybody else on the waiting list? I just wanted to go straight to the source and find out what the variables are.
You're probably referring to item 7C, I believe. In
What
terms
is
of the 7C is the extension of the intent to serve letter for Kingston Bay.
That's on the consent agenda,
Right.
so I
At this
can't really
point.
comment on that then.
Well, you can at the beginning of the consent agenda item. I mean, you can still comment on that if you want.
Is it possible, just as long as I'm here now, and give this whole rendition to get a quick answer on this?
Do you have a quick answer, Mr. Gruber?
Well, those EDUs were commercial EDUs, and they were transferred from a previous owner when the property was sold. As part of the evaluation process to determine if that project, quote, had enough water, that was conducted early on in the process, very early on, working collaboratively with the district engineer, the fire chief, the general manager, and the developer. And so that has to be determined early on in the process for the process to be able to move forward. I hope that answered this question.
Well, it didn't tell me, like, who made the decision, whether it was you did it by legal mandate or the board decided we want this project to go ahead and go ahead of these other people on the waiting list.
Can I point out that the board hasn't really made the determination yet that it's on the consent agenda, and this is a little premature?
Yeah, why don't you hold on to
okay,
your
okay.
thoughts on that, Mr. Hellman, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on public comment, Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have an upper and a slight inquiry. My very positive comment is to give thanks once again to the Cambria Community Health Services District and to the CCSD Fire Department and to CAL FIRE. They work cooperatively beyond belief when the need arises for their assistance, as they did on Plymouth Street the other day where I happen to live. And these guys are super. They come, I must say, in a multitude beyond often the needs that require their attention, but they are absolutely excellent as professional servants of the community, so I really want to thank them. My second question, I was looking through the whole agenda, and that's why I'm speaking of public comment, because it doesn't pertain to only one item. I have a question. I read in the agenda for today that there is a conservation committee and that there is a conservation ad hoc committee. I read in the documents today that there is a budget committee and there also is a budget ad hoc committee. I also read that there is a utilities and infrastructure ad hoc committee, but I did not read that there was a Utilities and Infrastructure Committee. And there is a Shared Services Ad Hoc Committee. Now, you probably aren't surprised by this point. You all definitely recall Elizabeth standing before you in the humility of a member of the community saying, why do we have all these ad hoc committees and have no standing committees for this board? I would assume the budget should sort of stand from year to year. That now conservation, if you're serious about it, should stand from year to year. Utilities and infrastructure, the heart of your work, should stand from year to year, but no. They do not stand, they ad hoc, if I may create a verb. And once again, I pose my question to you. I await an answer for not quite a decade, but almost. And every time you appoint a new ad hoc committee, you sometimes report back, dear committee members, and often it is very, very brief and lacking in substance. I cannot attend your committee meetings because they're ad hoc. I cannot read the minutes because you don't take any. I can read only what might come from the staff having attended your committee meeting. And then there's a whole nother question, but I have used up my 3 minutes on public comment. And I urge you once again, dear elected officials of our community, please think about what kind of committee structure would serve, as your services district, this community the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Linda, are you you're ready? Not quite. Okay, well, if you're not ready, we'll just kind of signal in 1 year.
Unless you want to finish with the public comment.
Okay, the only, it's not really public comment, but I do have just a public comment from the chair. I received an email from several individuals today about the Coast Union baseball team, which congratulations to them. They are still advancing in the playoffs for CIF, but they are having a fundraiser for the tornado relief in Oklahoma, and the team has committed to raising $1,000 for the victims. So if you see anyone with a can requesting donations around town, help if you can. Also at tomorrow's game, they are offering hot dogs, soda, and chips for $1. And I believe the proceeds will also go to the tornado relief. So if you can support them, they'd appreciate it in their good works. Okay, are we ready, Linda? We're ready. Okay, back to the Cambria Tourism Board. Yeah, they're there for individual items.
Might I comment on the hot dogs and Coke
Yes.
and chips at the baseball game tomorrow? Even though it's $1, I would suggest that you pay what you would expect to pay somewhere else so that they have, because since it'll all go to that program.
And if you don't, Director Clift has indicated he'll he'll add the difference.
We'll have someone there to watch.
And I have to add, I think this sounds like something that Steve Niffen is behind. Those of you that know Steve, he's one of the assistant coaches on the team, along with Mike McLaughlin and I guess Machado, is that his last name? The head coach. He's the postmaster for the town. So those three have really been behind this effort. Right. Okay. Ready? Okay. And while we're waiting for this, next item up is agenda review. Any additions, deletions, or pulled consent items? Director Rice?
I'd like to pull item C and item F.
Items C and F we will consider separately. Any others?
I'd like to pull D.
And D.
And I have a comment about agenda review, if I might.
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at the times, because a lot of people do come to these meetings for specific items, and the times I would imagine are meant to guide people so they don't come at 12:30 if they've got something that's later on the agenda. And I'm kind of keeping track today because I'm curious to see how close those are. I know it's really hard to estimate, especially when you don't know how much public comment there will be on particular items. But if we followed the time today, even if we add in for the break, which isn't on here, a 15-minute break, it should be 1:45, we're doing agenda review, but we still have a presentation from Ms. Finley. So we're definitely behind schedule what the agenda calls for. And I'm just concerned because these long meetings, by the time we get to hour 4 and 5, the board isn't at their freshest anymore. And I think it's important. We're always making good, important policy decisions for this community. And being exhausted is not a good way to be making decisions. So if we could try and manage that maybe somehow. I don't know how to fix it, but.
President Thompson, I did want to note something. There is a supplemental staff report for item 7E, in which there's a slightly different recommendation, and that is to continue the matter to allow staff to investigate some options with regard to the subject easement. So I did want to note that for the record.
Okay. Right. Item 6, Manager's report.
Are we ready?
Yes. Mr.
Okay. President Thompson, would you like me to proceed with the manager's report, and then if they're queued up, we can?
Why don't we do that?
Okay, great. Thank you, President Thompson, board members, staff, and members of the community. I will go through this relatively quickly. On page 7 is my general manager's report. One of the items I wanted to touch on is the fact that we've been working diligently on the last couple of months on the budget. I'd like to thank the Budget Committee and staff for the draft budget that we'll be reviewing later on today. Once I present that budget at the very end, there's a few modifications I would ask that we make to it, and then I'd bring back a final budget in June for the board's approval. Significant improvements continue to be made on the SR4 well. I do have some pictures of the SR4 well, and but it doesn't look like that is going to work out today. So we'll just continue on with my staff report. One of the issues that I wanted to put to rest is the SCADA system. The Utilities Ad Hoc Committee, we met, we've talked about this. We've talked about it actually for quite some time, and without spending a great deal of time on it, we've come to the conclusion, or at least with my recommendation, that we don't proceed with installing the SCADA system that we purchased several years ago. And I did list the reasons right here for that. It doesn't mean that we will not in the future look at putting a SCADA system in, but unfortunately the one that we've purchased is just it's not cost effective to move forward with that, and I'll answer any questions about that. The other thing I wanted to address was that the water department has moved down to the wastewater department, and now the water department that is on the East Ranch will be the new home, if you will, of the Facilities and Resources Department. This ties into the goals of the board, PROS, and FFRP about starting to make improvements to the East Ranch, and it just really makes sense to have them down there to be able to mobilize and then combine the water and wastewaters into one centralized location for utility operations. The administrative policy we plan on bringing back regarding the intent to serve letters next month. We've finished the capital improvement project. Connection fees will hopefully be brought next month. And I had a brief PowerPoint also on the facilities and resources. I don't know if they'll be able to bring that up, but this month I wanted to provide the board with an update on the improvements. So I'll just continue on, and if they can bring up the SR4 PowerPoint, or at least those improvements, and then if I could go into the facilities and resources, and I'll go through them really quick, that would be great. On page 9, there is the finance manager's report. On 10, it shows our LAIF balance. On 11, it shows the LAIF balance over the last, going back to 2009. And Chief Miller covered his report on page 13. The district engineer is not here today, but here's the project's descriptions and activities and project status that he's working on. And on page 17, we started that this month. We started providing the community, per request from Director Rice, some additional information relating to well production. This is our first stab at graphs, and so we'll improve them. As you can see, there was an extended period of time where the SR4 well was off. It is back up and running right now. But the bar to the left on page 17 is the San Simeon well field. The bar to the right is the SR4 well. And then Director Rice asked on page 18 that the production records for the wells be included. On page 19 is the January daily well production. Page 20 is the February well production. Page 21 is March's well production. And on page 22 is the April well production. We've made some slight changes to the graphs. We're still working on those. And if you look on page 25, you'll see a revised graph for the wells, but we'll continue to work with staff on those. 25 is the well levels, and then 26 is Carlos's facilities and resources staff report. 28 and 29 are pages of what we've put into our bills this last month, and this is advertising for private events, the Veterans Hall here. We're trying to encourage community members. And then on the following pages are green sheets for your wells, because there was some corrections that need to be made on that, and so we made those. Just wanted to ask APG Video, is there a possibility we can bring up the SR4 improvements and then the facilities and resources, or is that going to interfere with what you want to do now? Okay, so we're not going to show those videos right now, or at least that update, but...
We've also, because of the technical difficulties, have postponed the Tourism Board presentation till the next meeting.
Okay,
so,
that's fine.
We thank you very much, Linda, and we'll get you first up next time and make sure we have everything worked out with respect to the video on it.
If there's any questions I can answer about my report or any of the department managers' reports, I'll be more than happy to at this time.
Okay, we have one public comment on your report, Mr. Gruber. Let's go to that first. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, President Thompson. I have 5 points, and I know in 3 minutes it's very difficult to cover cover all of this, because there's so much in the general manager's report, since he manages generally and universally. Point number 1, on the new page 17, if you look at that, and also then the yellow sheet of production, I have one first question. Why is page 17 called usage rather than production? Now, if I compare these two sheets, which I have done carefully, I find that in March and April of this year, the usage on 17 was over 2 million gallons more than what's listed in production. If I look at the production sheet, the yellow one or the green one, whichever color you've happened upon, I notice that in March and April of 2013, we have the highest production since 2007. And my big question is why? So I urge you to compare the numbers, and I grant it's hard because sometimes CCSD uses millions of gallons and sometimes acre feet. And in 1 acre foot, there is 326,000 gallons of water. You have to compute it all. But there's something basically inconsistent with the data in these 2 months at CCSD. Second, I'm sorry that we can't see the video on SR4. You recall, I'm sure, that in December, the senior water operator said that there was, quote, a media failure, end quote, in the Santa Rosa well number 4. Every single month since then, we have been getting updates from the water person or the general manager on SR4. Depending on the month you look at, they are grossly inconsistent. Almost every month you were told that very soon this is going to be working fine again. I urge you, dear board members, yourselves, to look at the past 6 months of the description of SR4 in your agenda materials and come to some conclusion of your own veracity and judgment as to what is going on at SR4. I won't say any more except to say that there's supposed to be, according to this month, significant improvement. I have been hearing rumors, and that's all. There's no factual merit in a rumor, but I've been hearing a lot of them about the pollution of Santa Rosa Creek by that well and the treatment facilities there. My third point is this. We have this month no report from whoever's heading up wastewater. And I don't know who that is, actually. I can't find out by looking at CCSD documents. We have no report from what was called in a recent month, I think in March, the temporary interim utilities manager. There's no report from that person. And I don't know if it's still Finnegan or if there's a new I don't know. Who is the temporary interim, et cetera? My next quick question. We have recruitment for new fire reserves. Where are the recruitment papers to replace the retired water senior operator? Where are the recruitment papers and job descriptions for the utilities manager? And where are the recruitment papers and job descriptions for the chief plant operators, both in water and wastewater? And finally, I'm really curious what the district engineer said about the ACE thing. They're on a field trip. And I hope it's safer than the field trip for those poor kids in Minnesota yesterday. I hope it's as exciting as field trips actually are for kids. What field trip are they on? And what environmental documents from the past, quotation mark, did we just send them as a district? I have no idea. It's mentioned, but it's never said what the substance of the point is. I thank you very much for letting that little ticker run a little bit more.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen, and Mr. Gruber, after we have one more public comment, if you could comment on some of the questions that were raised. Mary Webb.
Good afternoon, Directors. Mary Webb, Cambria. On the General Manager's report, I just wanted to thank General Manager Gruber for really paying attention to these infrastructure projects and really cleaning up, I think things that should have happened 10 years ago that were never done here. And his last month's report had a lot of really great photos on all of those projects, and we really appreciated that. We've been asking for that for so long. It was nice to see things that are actually being done with our infrastructure. On hiring a conservation officer, I'd really like to congratulate you for doing that, because to me that really says that you're putting your money where your mouth is and you're not just paying lip service to conservation. This is one of the recommendations that we had in Green Spaces, the Fryer report that came out. It was to do washing machine rebates, more retrofits, watch the ordinances for landscape irrigation, and one of the major recommendations Mr. Fryer had was for a conservation officer. So I really, I'm glad to see that on our agenda. And the fact that Mr. Gruber met with Slow Land Conservancy, he didn't really elaborate on what that was all about, but I'm hoping it's build out reduction, because if we add anything in town, we've got to make sure that we're retiring lots, especially the ones with high habitat conservation value. On intent to serve letters, I'll speak separately to the Kingston Bay and the other library project, but intent to serve letters in general, I see some weird things that are coming from the existing commitments list of the December 2012 meeting, and I'm going to have to do more research on that list, and but I will write probably a letter on those commitments, because a lot of them don't make sense to me, and they didn't exist in other reports that have been given in answer to questions about water to the California Coastal Commission. I am a little concerned that we have an engineer's report, because of course a water supply project should be like one of the major things on our list. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mr. Gruber, if you'd like to just respond to what you can right now, and then we'll bring it to the board for questions, comments.
Thank you. Regarding page 17, there are some inconsistencies, and this was a first attempt by a person newly appointed to that position to come up with those, and my apologies, and we'll make sure those get resolved, and that the production and the gallons pumped and the gallons production and the gallons paid for, all those things are consistent. I think I've been pretty forward and candid with the board regarding the SR4 well. Starting in December, we did start doing some major maintenance to that well, and we continue to do so. What we've done is we fully automated the well. That well was put in about 11 years ago, and it was put in under emergency conditions, and unfortunately when it was put in, it was not fully automated. And that's why I was hoping to have the pictures today. So if we could just roll that footage regarding the SR4 now, well, that would be really great. You want the picture? Yes, sir. Please.
Get Kyle back here.
And I'm not a filmmaker, so these are taken with my iPhone and the best I can do, and I'm not Mike Finnegan, our utility manager. This is a PLC, it's a programmable logical controller, and that's really the brains of the operation now of the SR4 well. There was no brains before. The brains were to turn it on and turn it off, and it was not fully automated. So this is essentially telling all the other components that I'll show you here in the future what to do, how to do it, when to do it. So we're not manually turning something on, walking away from it, going and doing other things, and then coming back several hours later. What else can I say about this? Okay, that's the PLC, that's the brains. Next. This is our new chlorine injector feed pump. One of the things that was discovered when the well had problems previously is that the chlorinator wasn't capable of totally oxidizing the iron and magnesium that was being extracted from the wells. In other words, if it's not large enough to add enough chlorine to the system and not properly oxidize the filter media, then there's a possibility of not getting the highest level of treatment possible. And so we've installed that, and now we're the dosage that we're adding regarding chlorine completely oxidizes the iron and magnesium before it goes into the filter. So next video, next picture, please. This is, I believe this is our turbidity meter. It's another. All this interfaces with the PLC, the programmable logical controller. Turbidity is something that you need to control, and so we have the capability now to monitor turbidity. And then all these things, the chlorine and the, if the turbidity gets above a certain level going out of the filter, which is important, which would indicate a filter media failure, then this would shut down. It would shut the well down. So in addition to having alarm capabilities, we now have fail-safe capabilities. And Elizabeth brings up some really good points. You know, what the heck's going on? Well, we've taken a system and we've worked with PureFlow and we've worked with staff and I don't want to use the word trial and error, but we've pretty much completely redid one of our major water sources for the communities. And unfortunately or fortunately along the way, it's a learning process. Are we putting bad water into the system? No, we're not. But what we're doing is we're continuing on an ongoing basis to add components like this to just dial it in to make sure that it's a fully automated system that will not only alarm us, but shut off when parameters are exceeded, and I think that's important. The next thing we're doing is we're interfacing it with our Pine Knolls tank. This was a well that was manually turned on and off, which is not a way to operate a well, and I apologize for that. And so now it'll be interfaced with the Pine Knolls tank, so it'll send a radio signal. When the Pine Knolls tank gets to a certain level, it'll kick the well on, and when it gets to a certain height, it'll kick it back off. Next video. Next slide, please. So this is there all the time, and now it's tied into the PLC, and all the pieces of equipment that I just show you interface with this. This also sends signals from the San Simeon well field. We had a data collector out there that the only way you could download information from the San Simeon well field was through an analog process out at this field. So it now sends all the information from the San Simeon well field in addition to this right here into this through the PLC into this laptop computer, and we can trend everything now and we can download reports to the state. So we don't have to manually go out to San Simeon and download the information. That right there has a keyboard below it. I wasn't able to take the whole picture, and it enables us to look at the well and determine what's happened over real time. Next picture, please. one of the problems we had when the SR4 well had it, when it had problems with it is that the actuator valves were not automated. They were manually controlled. So you had an entire system that had manually controlled valves. The problem with that is when you have a filter pressure differential problem, for an example, if your filter fails or if you have a high filter PSI, it won't shut it down. So you can see all those wires and everything going into the SR4 well. So now let's, for an example, if we get a high pressure filter differential, it'll shut the well down. All those are brand new valves. Cost us a lot of money, but you know it's worth it. It's our water supply. So now that's all interfaced to the PLC and it has alarm capability. So all those valves were replaced. They're all fully automated now as opposed to manual valves. We also have a couple replacement standbys in case something happens. Next, I think that's the last one. Maybe one more. This is our turbidity meter, or NTU. In other words, this interfaces to the PLC also, and it tells us what our turbidity going out of the well is. We've set parameters, and if that turbidity is exceeded, it shuts the well off and alarms it. So all this has been added. So when I say we're making progress, we are, and maybe each one of these components have been added each month, and we're working with a couple different contractors, including PureFlow, to make sure it all works and is dialed in. So everything's hindsight. This should have been done. All this should have been done at least to some point in time when this was installed. When we had the failure of the media, which hadn't been changed in about 11 years, I started asking questions about, you know, why wasn't the system fully automated, and jumped into it with both feet, and it has been a 5 or 6 month process. So this is the result of our labor, and none of this existed before. It was a filter. It's a treatment plant, so it's not just a well. It's a treatment facility. That's why it requires a T3 level of operations. So we have a water treatment facility, and that's a filtration system, and it's the SR4 well. And to go out and just turn it on manually and turn it off manually and not have any way of knowing what it's doing while you're not there is not in the CCSD or the community's best interest. So it's fully automated now. I think that's the last, and I'd like to work down the. So that takes care of the production, that takes care of the media issues and why it's taken so long. I appreciate GP showing those. Rumors do abound. There was one particular instance or two particular instances, and it's ongoing, is that when we were doing all this, the reclaimed water tank where the backwash water goes was drained. And we've notified the state about that. So it was drained, and it's a tea-colored water, and we estimate about 300 to 500 gallons, and that went into the adjacent area by the filter, and I don't know if it went into the creek or not, but I think that's what the rumors are referring to. But it's iron and magnesium, which is a naturally occurring product. The state's been notified. Another major design flaw of this facility is that it's not connected to the sewer system. And so when it backwashes, it goes into two tanks, and these tanks have a limited capability. And really what it needs to do is go into the sewer system. So we're designing right now for the system to go into the tie into the Leffing well landing collection system, the sewer system. And then as part of this budget presentation, we'll ask that it be funded to construct it, which is about $40,000. So I went ahead and approved the design of that sewer system. So when it backwashes, it doesn't go into the reclaim tanks. Again, because you really shouldn't run the system that way, and so we're moving to improve it. On an interim basis right now, who is our utility manager? Our utility manager on a permanent basis based on board approval last month is Mike Finnegan. Mike has proven himself in this organization from the wastewater side. All the things that I've showed you, Mike's done over the last couple years under his leadership, and I'm confident that he'll do it on the water side too. And so Mike is our utility manager. I want the whole community to know that. I think it was made perfectly clear last month, but I apologize if everybody didn't understand that. A lot going on. On the wastewater side is Ben Easton. Ben Easton is a wastewater treatment 2 operator. He is doing a great job. He's taken over from Mike and doing a great job on the wastewater side. On an interim basis right now, Justin, who is a T3, is our lead water plant operator. The recruitments, those positions are filled, one on a permanent basis, one on a temporary basis. One of the things that I will be asking the board to reconsider as part of this budget, and I'll be bringing it back next month, is I think that we really need some boots on the ground. I think that we really need another water and wastewater operator, which would put 4 in each department, and I have some ways to do that that wouldn't cost the district any additional money other than what's being proposed as part of this budget. San Luis Obispo, that's my note about from Mary Webb. Oh yes, we did meet with the Land Conservancy, San Luis Obispo Land Conservancy. They have a new executive director, and she wanted to come up and introduce herself, and we had Carlos, and Joe Ellen was also there from FFRP. And one of the conversations that was discussed was about the lots that were originally offered us a while back, and at that time we didn't want to take them because there was a cost associated with that. So they're looking at a mechanism working with PG&E to possibly fund those, and so that's what the discussion was about. In my reports, I say that I meet with different people. I have a lot of meetings. I could elaborate, but I'll be more than happy at any time if you want to call me after a board meeting, or if you want to say, hey, what was the purpose of that meeting? Never anything behind closed doors or anything like that. We're always talking about things that will be beneficial to the community. And again, my apologies on the productions, and we'll dial that in and get you some better data in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Director Robinette, you had a question, comment?
Just some comments from what you just did. I first just have to say, I do feel a deep sense of confidence in your expertise. The things that we are responsible for as a CSD, you obviously have a great depth of expertise. The SR4, since that work has started, again, sharing the way you have today, a picture truly is worth 1,000 words. It was very timely. It was a very timely report. We need to see these things. I had need to call the water department on a weekend. I live on a hill, and I had thought that I had a leak somewhere in my system, and none of us want that, and I certainly didn't want that. And so I called, and one of the fellows came right out, and it was very interesting because first thing he found and did was, by the way, look right at my own water meter. Of course, if you have a leak, your meter is going to be moving. And so that was the first thing he did. He said, no, he said, this leak's not on your property, but there was clearly water running that appeared to be coming from my property. And so he wanted to do more investigation because, of course, on hills, the water can be coming from a neighbor someplace else, and it's kind of hard to track down. He did a great job, but right in the middle of it, he had to stop. He all of a sudden, he went, whoops, and I'm with him, of course, and I said, what's the matter? And he says, oh, he says, I've got to go. I've got to change the filter on SR4. And prior to what you have accomplished here with these stages and steps, very much with vision, very proactive, I think that the community could look at SR4 by now with a great deal more reassurance, because we were, and I just happened to realize that, we had people on duty all the time running and changing filters. And of course, you've spoken to that and many other aspects of the whole operation of SR4. but it just is that it seems like we have moved from pretty much kind of a beginning on SR4 that was pretty primitive to really a state-of-the-art. Because, and you and I had talked about it too, the alarms, you know, if you have alarms that go off all the time, after a while, you almost ignore them. But the fact that you have an override system now that shuts things down when turbidity or other aspects are critical for the thing to shut down, it just, to me, it's taken time, but it's been worth the overall, instead of stopgap kind of Band-Aid approach. You have really done a complete overhaul on this. So I thank you for the in-depth report.
Thank you, Director. Anyone else? Director Rice?
I have a couple of things. First, a few follow-up items. I believe it was in December, we had a member of the public come and request us looking into public shower, providing a public shower somewhere in town, and there seemed to be some board agreement that that was a good idea, and I haven't heard a report back on that. At the NCAC meeting, Dawn Dunlap, who is with Native Daughters, and they do a lot of work cleaning up downtown and on Main Street, including the flower beds on Main near the elementary school. She was asking about watering those flower beds. They get in there and do the weeding and try to maintain them, but there's nobody really in charge of watering. And so she just asked that I bring that up, and maybe there could be a solution somehow if facilities maybe could get over there. And I don't really know the ins and outs of it or work with Native Doubters to talk about how to manage that. And the recycling bin replacement, because they're quite apparently not that nice. And long neck cigarette butt cans, because she said they pick up a lot of cigarette butts, and to have some of those, you know, where it's just the long neck thing where you can, I'm not a smoker, I don't know how many people are these days, but there's enough people that are that apparently like to toss their butts on the ground, that maybe that would be a good thing to have downtown. So glad to see the well reports, and the production report is really useful, even though I need a magnifying glass to see it, because it is good to have. I mean, this is basically 25 years of data right here on one sheet, which is for me personally, I'm very glad that it's there. I can tell right now that there's not only 9 years where we've used more water than we have this year in the first 4 months of the year. This is supposed to be a dry year. Have we run the model? Do we know if we're going to need to be looking at surcharges? We really need to be ahead of that, because we have to have a certain amount of time that's just by law required if we're going to have to implement surcharges, or even just do a public information something or other to let Cambrians know that it's going to be a dry year. They better cut back on their watering, at least their outside watering, if not their indoor water use also. It'd be good to know those. And on the, sorry, one more thing on the well reports. It would be nice if those charts took into consideration that not everybody has color when they print these out. I know my board packet, it's in black and white, and when the charts are in like 17 different colors that are all various shades of close to the same gray, it's kind of difficult to tell which one is which. So if whoever does those could keep in mind that they're not always printed in color. That would be very helpful. I have one other item that I think goes under this. I'm not sure where it would come up otherwise, and that's I've been tracking the WRDA bill, which is the Water Resources Development Act bill, which is the bill that authorized funding or allocation or whatever technical term for the Cambria desalinization plant. And the Senate already passed it, the new WRDA bill, and they basically eliminated all earmarks. Cambria is no longer listed as a project in that bill. It also includes some provisions for looking at whether the Army Corps of Engineers has exceeded their purview in terms of what kinds of projects they should be doing. These are things that may be a threat to the potential ongoing funding of our Army Corps project. So the House of Representatives apparently isn't going to start with the Senate's version. Apparently they're going to start from scratch. Senator Barbara Boxer. Basically, if you look at the Word bill, which I don't recommend because it's not that fun to look at federal legislation, but if you look at it, basically they did a strike through of the entire prior WRDA, and Barbara Boxer and the senator from Louisiana basically rewrote the entire thing to take out all the earmarks, except some earmarks got stuck back in and some other things got stuck in with amendments, but it got passed really quickly. It includes a provision they're calling WIFIA, W-I-F-I-A, which is for infrastructure financing. It's a pilot program where they're going to be funding projects for infrastructure improvement that are at least $20 million, so we wouldn't necessarily qualify for that. But there's a lot of changes, and I'm concerned because you used to be able to go to the Word bill and put keyword Cambria, and boom, it pops right up. We're no longer there. So it's a concern, at least for me. And I'll see if I'll continue to track it and see what happens with the House of Representatives, because they have to pass it too before the president can sign it, but just thought I'd bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rice.
Director? Thank you, Director Rice, and I think that if we're going to have a workshop, I think that should be one of the things on the agenda. It's not appropriate now, perhaps, but I just wanted to thank the General Manager for doing a great job, and we get emails and people stop me on the street talking about how staff is professional and they're very responsible, and now we can identify them with their blue shirts, and I think that's great, and I think it all starts from the leadership, which is at the top, and I really appreciate that. I think it's great. One quick comment on this flyer that went in with the bills talking about renting the Vets Hall. I think one thing that's really important is that your staff, when getting an inquiry, emphasizes the fact that we have chairs and tables, because a lot of times that's a very big extra expense for people that are running weddings or other events. So just make sure that's emphasized, because there's a big savings for somebody. Other than that, that's all I had.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gruber, anything further for us under your report?
No, but I can answer some of the questions if you would like. But regarding the showers, we did talk about reaching out to the homeless in the community, and I think that there was a member from the community that asked us to address that, and the board president asked me to do that. We haven't done really much on that, but I have been in contact with Bob Putney and who works with the coalition of churches here. So that's something that I will move on that and schedule that meeting. He reached out to me. The recycling bins, we have put in for grant funding for that, or at least the provider of those, the recycling organization for the county has put in for those a substantial amount of money for replacing those. The well data, I will make it bigger. The surcharges, the modeling, the reason we didn't address this issue on this agenda was that there was some administrative work that still needed to be done with district council, because we started looking back over a period of time, and the model does not indicate that we need to implement surcharges, but so I want to just but so we'll be bringing that back next month, and the charts, I'll look over to Kathy. We'll make sure those are printed in color. I agree with you on WRDA. We have a meeting scheduled with Tom Keeney and the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee, I believe, for next week, but we do need to have it as a workshop item, and we were going to bring back ACE this month, but we figured we'd give them a month break from coming up to Cambria, and we plan on having them coming back in June. And we do have in the budget, at least this draft budget, 6 months for a regulatory advisor or a lobbyist. Now, that's not the $75,000 a year like we were paying. We were able to work out at least some preliminary agreements with verbally with the Ferguson Group, who does the County of San Luis Obispo, for $3,000 a month, and it would be over a 6-month period, that's why you see that $18,000 figure in the budget. So I think at least we agree in concept about having somebody to represent us, and at least for the first 6 months. I didn't think the Word bill passed, but, okay, so, okay, so it's like, wow, that happened real quick, but yeah, so, but we should address Cambria's concerns, and,
Okay, thank you, Mr. General Manager. Members and committee reports. Any reports from the Director Clift?
Just under members' reports, as I indicated earlier, I spent a few days in Sacramento with the California Special Districts Association. To report to you that basically this is my first time there in the past 6 years in which there wasn't a panic over the budget. So there seems to be a situation going on now in Sacramento that you can probably feel relieved that they're not going to take any money from us. On the other side of that, they ain't going to give you any either. There are some potential givebacks, but they're all going to go to schools. And secondly, and in conjunction with the water bill thing, there is great concern in Sacramento and state lands and in the governor's office about the condition of the Delta, and that apparently Senator Boxer, you talk about no earmarks, it's probably 100% earmarked for the Delta. So
the only projects that did make it back in are things like dredging the Mississippi and the Bay Area and the Delta Plan, which is a humongous project that was, you know.
Yeah, there's great concern being expressed about the potential of catastrophic failure within the Delta, and quite frankly, what would be catastrophic failure within the delivery of the State Water Project, which is providing 35 to 40% of the population with water. That's the concern. So it is interesting that we won't need to worry about budget takeaways, but there's no good news of getting a bunch of extra money. I attended to the supervisors meeting on Tuesday, in which the supervisors considered one resolution which had to do with the growth management ordinance, setting growth management ordinance, and they had also an ordinance. Now, I make the difference between that because a resolution can be changed by board action at the time of considering it, whereas an ordinance has to be sent back. As if you try to make any changes at the time it's being approved, you have to go back through a process. The resolution called for Cambria to continue its zero allotment in the growth management ordinance. Supervisor Arnold spoke very, very positive about the things Cambria Community Service District has done and tried to make a change to 1%. So it was very sympathetic questioning from Mr. Meacham and Mr. Teixeira, and the only person in the room that was opposing it was Supervisor Gibson, including making the motion to continue Cambria as it was. Both Supervisor Meacham and Supervisor Arnold were very specific in trying to get dates as to when something might happen. They weren't able to get much information, but again, what I'm convey to you is that the only party who was opposed adamantly to changing it was Supervisor Gibson. So whatever that means, you take that as your own concern. Other than that, the other has been reported by the general manager in terms of the budget committee, and that stuff we'll talk about later.
Thank you, Mr. Cliff. Did the supervisor indicate as to why he was not in favor of the change?
I don't know that you want to get me off on that. it had to do more with a constant barrage of things that says a perception that we need to do certain things. And that we haven't done certain things, that we haven't proven that we are conserving water, that we haven't completed certain steps. And Supervisor Meacham kept asking, what more do you expect them to do? And so there was kind of a cross there. I'm not sure yet. I would advise you to go back and listen to the meeting, because maybe as we listen to that, we can write down the very specific items and respond to them. I haven't had time to go back and do that yet.
Thank you.
It was my
Dr.
impression,
Rice?
I was also at that, at the Board of Supervisors meeting. It was my, I watched it again last night, glutton for punishment, I suppose. I think that what I heard, and again, I agree with Director Clift, it'd be good to listen to it again. What I heard was they want verification now that we have a conservation plan that we've approved, that the water is being conserved. They want some kind of reporting on that, and that they don't want to move off 0% until they see ordinance changes that need to be implemented in order for us to issue intent to serve letters. Basically all kinds of things that have to do with what we have to do before we can issue intent to serve letters, which is kind of our job. They want to see that we've done all that before they're going to change the 0%. That's what I heard.
It seems to me, and in a way, this kind of segues then this discussion into our conservation meeting that we had this month with Director Rice and I and the staff. It would seem that one of the things is that we seem, as far as I can tell, to be very much headed in those directions that you just mentioned. We, of course, did identify the need to have a conservation officer. We are looking at ways that would be consistent to begin to look at as we're continuing with whatever generation of conservation we're in by now, the most recent with technology and things we've been trying to promote over the last year with funding and that type of thing, that we begin to set up a very clear system to support the fact that, yes, we are conserving the water. And so that's another step that we are doing. And then part of what we want to do too with, looking at the possibility with the conservation officer is the outreach, the public education. And again, as Mary mentioned, many of those things that were in the report that we received a while back from Green Space. So it seems that for some of the things that they're asking for, we're clearly in progress. So it seems that we almost have a little bit of a communication gap going on.
Mr. Gruber, what was the figure you gave me on the gallons of water that we're saving alone at the laundromat, based upon the new washers, projects to a couple 100,000 gallons a year? What was the?
Well, we've started per board direction, starting this validation process and doing some random sampling. And one of the facilities that we looked at was the laundromat, where we partnered with replacing those machines. And we went back one billing cycle, and it was 30 units. And so we did some estimates, and we made some assumptions, but we want to go back farther. And it equates to about 290,000 gallons a year, which is almost an acre-foot of water. So that's just one facility, and those are the type of things that we, if that's what the county wants, then we'll be able to provide that information to them. And but that shows that's just one facility. So we're confident as we move forward with the fiscal 2013-2014 budget and the amount of money that's been allocated to conservation and the conservation specialists, that I think we'll be able to exceed anyone's expectations regarding the figures that were given to us by Bill Madaus and those type of things. So we're very encouraged by that. But it's a long answer, but about 200, this billing cycle just alone is about 30 units. One of the other things, just really quick, is so we're starting to replace the compound meters, and one of the questions that was asked is why do we see revenue going up? Does that mean consumption's going up? And the water pump from the wells is going to stay the same, but what you're going to start seeing as they replace some of these old meters, that we're going to be capturing more revenue because they're going to be recording more accurately. But we're also going to be bringing that unaccounted for water in closer to each other. In other words, if you have a meter, a compound meter at a commercial facility that's very old and is not recording low flows, and you want to replace it with a new technology and a compound meters. And again, on the budget, we put a significant amount of money in for the replacement of compound meters. So the production records will stay the same, but you'll start seeing that unaccounted for water, because we're not capturing it because the meters are old, will start coming into play too. So that's another conservation tool that we have, and you'll start seeing that.
Great, thank you very much. Anybody else? Director Berger?
Were you going to talk about facilities and resources?
No, go for it. I have NC.
Director Rice and I attended a utilities and infrastructure ad hoc committee meeting with Mr. Gruber, and I think his report really shows what he's been doing in the background and what's going on as far as upgrading the basic system. We discussed briefly SCADA, and it was clear that the money and the resources we should spend over the next year or so is to do upgrades, make things more automated. And now we have keyboards at some of these places, and we are gathering the data, and that's really one of the main purposes of SCADA at that time. And we're going to be able to attack both water and wastewater at the same time by upgrading the facilities, and that's an initial thing that had to happen anyway. So I think the direction is going to continue with Mr. Gruber doing what he's doing, and we appreciate that. And there was one other issue on that. And there was a public comment about the use of ad hoc committees, and I think this is an excellent example where we were able to schedule something extremely flexible, whether we had work schedules or whatever. I tend to think that the board is a very proactive board. I think 5 years ago or 10 years ago, you wouldn't have the general manager and board members discussing some of these issues, and I think it helps. It's very, very healthy. And of course, if we have something that's ongoing, a standing committee might be good. But just by having some board members involved with the general manager, and that general manager has something to bounce ideas off, is very valuable. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Rice?
My last report, I attended the North Coast Advisory Council meeting last week, and May is the month that they seat their new members and elect their new officers. And the new chair for the NCAC is Claudia Harmon, and Bruce Fosdyke is the new vice chair. And they will be welcomed in those positions, I'm sure, taking care of a lot of business that the NCAC sees in order to advise the county supervisor. The one thing I did want to note on and Erwin Oweneshin, who has been on the council now for 4 years, stepped down. He's been the traffic committee chair for about 4 years, and he stepped down. He was very effective at getting a lot of things accomplished with the council. I'm sure that he will be missed. He got a certificate. I wanted to just let you guys know that the county planner that attends the NCAC meetings mentioned that the affordable apartments, the People's Self-Help Housing Project, is currently undergoing a major redesign, and so that'll probably come back to the NCAC. I think they're going to be reducing the number of units and things, and so that'll be something that'll kind of be on the radar for the NCAC going forward. And they're doing the housing element update. And if you want any information about any of that stuff, please feel free to ask me.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're ready to move on to the consent agenda. Items.
I just have a quick question. Do we need to be pulling the one that has the change in recommendation also?
Well, I was going to suggest that. That's 7E.
Yeah.
That we also will pull that item for separate consideration. It's being
Mr.
recommended.
President, there's actually no reason to pull it so long as you're aware of the change of recommendation and that's incorporated into your motion.
I see.
Unless you want,
Okay.
unless
as
you
long
want to
as it's in
discuss
the-
it separately.
Long as it's in the motion that it's
Okay.
changed, okay.
So we'll
Thank you.
leave 7E in the approval for the item. Elizabeth Bettenhausen, you had a request for public comment on 7. So if you would, ma'am.
I do. It's not universal, though. I should have written a number, but I hope that when you approve your consent agenda item today on your minutes from the April meeting, that you will look on page 43 of your current agenda and look at what it says about Resolution 12-2013, quote, to approve the utilities manager position description and salary range, end quote. You did not approve a specific person to the utilities manager position in April according to the official record of your meeting. I would also like to ask whether on 7F, and it's just a quick question, I compared 7F, the new, or the somewhat new, but not really new position on water systems operator. I compared a lot of the details to previous position descriptions, and what really is the only change here, there are two major changes. In the absence of the senior operator, this person with the semi-new position may assume responsibility of the department, but not shall, but may, on page 74 of your document today. And then I see something really emerging steadily from month to month, and that is the other point of this new position. The ability to write reports and analyze and interpret laboratory and operational data, and the ability to use basic computer software applications, i.e., I think that means e.g., and then caps on Excel, Word, and Access. Those are programs, as you know. I think what's happening here is that there's a question between whether or not you need a T3 operator in water who is computer adept, or whether you need a T3 operator in water who is a potential supervisor of the whole water. I wish, dear friends, and I said this in December, I keep repeating these things, and yes, I'm a minority, I'll start wearing a big M. I wish that you did careful analysis before you hit 8D on the budget today of what the makeup of the staff positions in this district is. I'm glad that you are all complimenting the general manager, who I said I would have coffee with when he was hired if he ever stopped working 24/7. And so far I haven't had coffee with the general manager. But I wish you would look carefully at the decisions you are making as a board about staff. Not by the personnel only to put Mr. Finnegan in. That's not my point. My point is you've got an increasing size staff, and even though the economy is recovering, you've got an increasing size staff. And I hope that you will be wholly accountable, dear board, for that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen, and I admit I always follow up IE and EG myself, so thank you for reminding us. Okay, item 7 is before us, and that consists of 7A, B, and E.
I'd move approval of the consent items.
Director Cliff
listed.
moves.
With the change to 7E?
Yes.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion is
I
approved.
abstain. I abstain.
Director, the
Extension.
record showed that Director Berninger abstains from a vote on the item. All right, we have before us now item 7C. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Board President and board members. Item number 7C is consider approving extension of the intent to serve letter for Senior Care Facilities Kingston Bay LLC, applicant APN number 024-192-052. The recommendation from staff is to approve a 36-month extension of the intent to serve letter for senior care facility, Kingston Bay, applicant number APN 024-191-052, Ardith Drive and Green Street property. The fiscal impact is in accordance with the CCSD fee schedule. A $400 fee has been paid. And just want a brief discussion relating to why staff is recommending this is because that the Kingston Bay project, as it relates to the municipal code, is they're meeting all the requirements. And so as it says here, it's pursuant to CCSD Municipal Code Section 8.04.080E. 3, an extension of an intent to serve letter for more than 3 EDUs is to be approved by the Board of Directors. Under the CCSD Municipal Code, the Board of Directors has the discretion to approve or disapprove such extensions, and if granted, the extension is subject to any conditions that the Board may impose. Extensions are valid for a period of up to 3 years, as set forth in the conditions approving the request. And we do have Mr. Jeff King here from this project, and if I can answer any more questions at this time, I'd be more than happy to.
Okay, thank you. We have 4 requests to speak on this item, and I'll take them in the order that they've been presented. First up, we have Zadvari McNeil. Ms. McNeil?
President Thompson and directors, this is really a question regarding your decision to transfer EDUs to new developments when the situation on the ground, or in the ground in this case, has changed since those EDUs were originally issued. Specifically, how can you consider surcharges or any other financial or other disincentives to use water targeted at current users while giving water to a new development? In other words, how can you say on the one hand that our water condition is so dire that existing use should be decreased, while on the other hand allowing a large new user? I'll take the answer offline. Thank you.
Okay, and before we continue on with these, I apologize. We had a request from Corey Marsatic to speak on item 7E, which has been continued. Would you like to still speak on it, or it's going to be continued if you'd like to hold off until? I would like to. Okay, so I apologize.
Good afternoon, President and members of the board. I'm Corey Marshalik. I'm with the County of San Luis Obispo Public Works Department. I am the project manager for the Main Street Bridge Replacement Project. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the original consent item 7E, the consideration to approve the PG&E easement agreement. The revised recommendation is unclear as to what would be useful to have some. It would be useful to have some clarification as to why delaying this agenda item, what would be gained by further review. The county's been working diligently with the CSD and PG&E on this project. This easement agreement will allow the necessary relocation of utilities for the Main Street Bridge Replacement Project, preventing delays in construction of up to, probably more than 1 month. 1 month may not seem like a lot for a project that's taken over 10 years to develop, but with very short permit restrictions and windows of construction, 1 month will cause a critical delay in this project. The CC&Rs on this particular property in question prohibit the granting of a third-party easement except as required by a government permitting agency. The county, as the the governmental permitting agency for this project requires this easement as part of the project. And I was going to urge the board to consider the original agenda item. And, now I would urge the board to revisit this item, at the next agenda. This project has overcome many hurdles over the last 10 years, and it's very disappointing that a 10-foot by 25-foot easement for a guy wire will further delay the project and ultimately cost taxpayers more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gruber and Mr. Carmel.
I'll defer to District Council on this one, if you don't mind, President Thompson. Thank you.
Yes, staff does need an opportunity to look a little closer at some of these issues and options, and I have exchanged a few phone calls with the county, but we haven't had an opportunity to actually talk through some of these issues. So again, it's CCSD staff that's recommending the continuance, and we certainly still need that continuance in order to address these issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Michalek. We'll try to get this back on the agenda as early as we can in order to, and when we address the issues that have been raised or that the staff has questions on. And so we'll try to get this back as soon as we can. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. McNeil, for your testimony. We're back on item 7C. Next to speak, Claudia Harmon-Worthen, and congratulations, Ms. Worthen, on your recent election to the chair of NCAC.
Thank you. Foot surgery. You're all wondering, what did she do to her foot? Claudia Harmon-Worthen, as Mike, excuse me, hello, Chairman, and President Thompson. Yeah, I'm newly elected as the chairman of North Coast Advisory Council after not being on the council for about 14 years. I was a chairman a couple of times in the past. I'm here to speak about the Kingston Bay project. I had a couple of conversations with one with a board member, one with a staff person, Courtney, and I guess she's a staff person at CCSD. And I've had a lot of problems with the amount of EDUs that have been issued, 11.78 for this project. It seems woefully inadequate. When I talked to Courtney, she told me that it's okay because everyone uses more than they're allotted. So that's what she told me. Now, well, okay, you can go over the amount you're allotted, but maybe we should be more realistic. And then I start to look at the numbers, and they've been calculated incorrectly. And instead of 11.78, they should be somewhere between 13 and 14, which I still think is inadequate. So before you release the intent to serve again for another 3 years, you really need to take a look at the numbers that you're issuing because they're inaccurate. One other thing, you should also be looking at the unplanned development projects that are in the pipeline, like the people's self-help housing. And what else do I have here? Other things have been covered by other people, so I'll just leave it at that. And I do take issue with you. I think you really need to, in all good conscience, you need to look at those numbers before you release this intent to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Worthen. Next we have Jeff King.
Mr. President and directors of the board, my name is Jeff King. I'm one of the owners of the property at Green and Ardith and Londonderry. We have been through a process over the last 14, 15 months in conversations with the district and working with district staff and meeting with NCAC Land Use Committee and NCAC Board in submitting a revised plan for a previously approved project for senior housing at this location. And in going through that process, being approved by the planning department, appealed to the zoning commissioner, approved by the zoning commissioner, appealed to the board of supervisors, and then within about the last 2 weeks, being approved by the board of supervisors with additional conditions on this project, including additional conditions that relate to water usage. When we first began our due diligence on this property to determine whether or not it would be an appropriate site for our use, we met with your staff, and in the process of redesigning the project, they asked if they could require us to hire a mechanical engineer to work with them to create water usage tables that would be specific to the design of our project, its use, and your policies and procedures. We agreed to that and spent the next 4 months, this would be February through about June of last year, working with Mr. Greshams. And from that, we agreed to a number of conditions that were suggested by your staff, including that any laundry facilities that would be needed to support a senior housing project would be taken off-site and out of Cambria, and that we would hire those services done, and rather than impose that demand on the water system here. We were also conditioned to meet the green standards of the state of California. Your own staff went through and helped select fixtures and did fixture counts, looked at the kitchen, did water analysis, and we're confident that with the units that are appropriate and have been allotted this site, that we will be able to operate within those water requirements. In addition, one of the new requirements by the Board of Supervisors is that xeriscape includes that no domestic water can ever be used for landscaping on this site, even though there is a requirement that we add 64 trees. When we add those new trees, they are going to need water, and we've worked with your district to arrange for what we'll have as a cistern on site. We'll buy non-potable water from the district, we'll truck it to the site, and we'll use that water to maintain the landscaping on site. The last thing I want to mention as a condition is that after we submitted our revised minor use permit application, and what we did with the previous project, by the way, is we downsized the previous project from 39,000 square feet that was approved to approximately 29,000 square feet. We met with Chief Miller and started a process of creating a fire safety plan. That process took us until January of this year when the chief approved a fire safety plan that not only addresses the typical issues of sprinklers, the kind of materials used in construction, setbacks, access for the fire department, pumps, location of risers, those kinds of things, but also because of your concern, his concern, I'm sorry, that there is one ambulance for the community, and in the event of a need to transport one of our residents to the hospital in Templeton, that your ambulance would be gone from the community for an hour. And so we agreed not only to purchase a transport van, but to maintain a trained person on staff 24/7 from our employee base that would be able to assess, determine that it was a non-life-threatening injury, and transport them to the hospital. We have done everything that we have been asked to do to make sure that this facility, which we believe is desperately needed by the people of this community, will not put an undue demand on your facilities. And we would ask that because of the time it took to go through this process of review, that you would approve an extension of our right to connect to the service. I want to add one other thing briefly, and I know I've gone past my 3 minutes here, but we have found that your system of allocating water units and reviewing projects is neither capricious nor political. You have rules, you have regulations, you have standards, you have policies, you have procedures. You have asked us to go through this process. We have been at it for over 14 months, and we believe, and staff has assured us, that we have met those standards, and we would ask for you to extend the will serve letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. And if you'd stand by in case there are further questions.
Sure.
We have several more requests to speak under public comment. Next up, Mary Webb.
Mary Webb speaking as a citizen. I sent you an email before the hearing for the in front of the Board of Supervisors that had a list of questions and APN numbers in it. One of my first concerns was that not all the APN numbers that are related to the project are listed on an intent to serve letter. So this project had, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, originally 5 APN numbers listed as the project, and then another APN number was added in 2006, and then another APN number was added sometime shortly after that. It's very difficult to track these projects and your existing commitments lists when you have multiple APN numbers that are related to one intent to serve letter that don't show up on the intent to serve letter itself. Those APN numbers are still showing as a commitment on a commitment list instead of a project that's already in front of you. This particular project, again, you're looking for an extension. You're only looking for an extension on one APN number, 024-191-052. So that's not right. This extension should list all the APN numbers, including 024-191-038, which is actually a waitlist position. It's number 9 on the commercial waitlist. So I have lots of questions about that I sent you. When I look up the one you're trying to extend right now, 024-191-052, that APN number does not show up on the board-approved existing commitment list that you approved December 20th of 2012. 024-191-052. I've looked every single page. There's 3 pages of grandfathered meters, unimproved single-family residential meters, commercial meters. That APN number does not show up. It doesn't show up that it came from another APN number. So I don't know where the EDUs for this project came from to begin with. I've went back and I looked at a list that was on an existing commitment list for a Walcott project that was built in 2005, and that APN number is not on that list either. So I have a lot of questions about the Clark transfers for people self-help housing, for the affordable housing. Apparently there's still some Habitat for Humanity EDUs, and then some of those EDUs were supposed to have gone to this There's a lot of questions about the EDUs. And this is, I feel very sorry for Mr. King or any developer right now who's actually trying to get a project forward when we do not have a new water supply. We're actually in a moratorium. We have a 0% growth rate approved by the Board of Supervisors. Lots of appeals have happened to the California Coastal Commission. The CSD past general manager, not this one, has answered a lot of questions to the Coastal Commission about these commitments that are not jiving with what you just came up with last December. Director Rice brought this project, she brought up these concerns at the January meeting, and she was not really wanting to approve this commitment list because it's a work in progress. The work is not completely done yet. This board also said in January that they were going to have to relook at this commitment list. I think Mr. Behringer suggested annually, and Ms. Rice said, I think it's going to have to be done a lot more often than that. At this stage of the game, I think we are going to have to look at the commitment lists again, have some kind of a public workshop on what we really do have left before we can let anybody start going forward. I have a lot of questions on people's self-help housing. That's 40 units. I know some of those you said came from some mistakes that were made in affordable housing, but you can totally see why the Board of Supervisors is asking for verification. The Coastal Commission is going to ask for it too. There's a lot of problems here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Jeff Hellman.
Are you guys getting a sense of deja vu? Same question that I had before. I was in conversation with some of my friends, one who bought a meter and was strongly told when he bought a lot in the early 90s or late 80s, he was sternly advised that he may not be able to build. He was lucky he did it within time. My question to you really is to help me resolve my discussion and debate with some of the people I know, what exactly gives you what compelled you or motivated you or allowed you to get these big projects going, both the Kingston Bay and self-help, and put them in front of everybody else when we have a water moratorium? Is it some kind of a municipal code that says you have to have so much affordable housing? Or was it your own discretion that you decided, well, these are good projects, we need some, you know, something for older people, we need something for the workforce around town? But I'd like clarification so I can further talk with the people that I know and explain to them how you're able to even put this project on the table and let it go forward. Don't everybody rush to answer me. No.
Thank you, Mr. Hellman. After we're done with public comment, maybe someone will address that issue.
You're not going to give me an answer as to how you...
Not right now. This is your opportunity to speak, and then we have someone else that wants to speak, and then we'll have discussion.
There's 2 dance classes at the Jocelyn Center if you guys were interested in dancing.
Not with you, Mr. Hellman. But thank you. Okay. One more on 7C, and that is Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I was unable to be at the April meeting, but I watched it, and I've gone back to the March meeting to look at some items in the minutes that came up, and from what I recall, I'm concerned about something under the manager's report, and these are from the minutes of that meeting. General Manager presented the reports highlighting department activities, announced that Mike Finnegan, current lead wastewater operator, is assigned as temporary interim utilities manager covering water, wastewater, collection system, and laboratory and spray field. I would like to know if Mr. Finnegan has the certification in both water and wastewater to take that position over.
Ms. Dickinson, this is your opportunity to speak on 7C. We're not going back to the manager's report at this time. This is 7C. This is the Kingston Bay issue.
Okay, but I've just gotten back from Templeton on some doctor's appointments. I didn't have time, but that's of great concern to me. Staff is preparing, this is another item, staff is preparing for water department personnel moved to wastewater treatment plant, cleaning out several areas to establish water department equipment and tools. That raises an issue with me too, but to get to where we are now, I absolutely concur with Barry McNeil's comments. If indeed we have so much water that we are projecting from conservation, yet we haven't even had maybe 10 inches this year, we are in a drought, that we can afford to not only do Kingston Bay people self-help, but as you approved in a previous board meeting, intend to serve some of the water waitlist. I have to wonder what on earth you are all thinking, because it is your duty, and it is staff's duty, as a water and sewer utilities district, as I've said time and time again, to provide a safe supply of water for the constituents of this town right now. And I don't know that that's even happening. I have to question with what General Manager has reported and is recommending to you whether we are indeed even getting safe water. I think I'm gonna start looking into this, because I don't know if any of you are, but I question what's going on and the recommendations that General Manager is making to all of you. But the bottom line is, for you to keep going ahead and approving ITSs when we are in a mess, nothing has been proven with conservation. It's all a dream, which is what previous boards have done. They always go, oh, we can do this, we can do that, and then they find out, like with the healthcare district merging, oh, there are legal issues, we can't go forward. No, of course you can't, because you never look into it the way you should. You just come right out and approve all of these things. You need to really think what you are doing to this community, because if you don't, I'm telling you, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Mr. Gruber, are there any of the issues that have been raised that you would respond to?
with regards to the APN numbers, what we're asking the board to do today is just to approve an extension. So I really can't answer those other questions regarding the consistency of the APNs and things like that without having that information available to me. And I would need some time to research those questions. I think they're valid questions. I think they're good questions. But what's before the board today with 7C is just asking for an extension.
Mr. Carmel?
I did want to clarify, the Kingston Bay, the intent to serves are very old, and they've been simply extended through the years. They're not new. I think the second question related to affordable housing, it's not really a part of Kingston, but under state law and under your code, affordable housing projects are given priority. And as you may recall, those allocations are carried over every year. So you had about 56 banked, and that's how that project received its allocation.
Does that answer you? Does Mr. Hellman, would you like to dance with Mr. Carmel on that one, or would?
Well, I'm not.
No, we can't discuss.
Okay. I'm not a dancer. I'm a guitar player. It answered the one question, and I appreciate the state's concern for affordable housing. It didn't quite answer Kingston Bay. I want to say Mr. King himself seems like a most amenable, decent character that you could find to probably get involved with on a project like this. But there is that concern that we all have. Why am I asked to conserve and squeeze my water when it's going to a big corporation's benefit? With all due respect to Mr. King, who I find a very amenable character. So it was a 0.5 answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hellman. Members of the board, Director Robinette.
Well, thank you. Just some thoughts, really, and maybe actually questions. I continue to have people say, why are we taking, we're talking right now about Kingston Bay only. Have we put them ahead of other people? I mean, it can, what I'm trying to do is clarify. We oftentimes, I think, feel that we all know, but I hear different things. And I hear, I do hear sometimes we've put them ahead of who? Who would we have put them ahead of?
They're not ahead of anybody. Those intent to serves were issued, as my recollection is, in 1999, and each project that's come through that process has, for one reason or another, been modified or collapsed, and it's been replaced by a subsequent project, all with the same intent to serve letters on the same property. And it's been extended every couple of years by the board. They're not new allocations. They were issued many, many years ago. I remember the Lindsay matter also involved these particular meters, as I recall. And in this case, you're talking about a senior housing project. It isn't I'm sure it is not the original project that was preferred on this site. But again, these are just extensions. There's nothing new about the allocations themselves.
That's what I understand that we have now. Whether I agree or not agree on extensions, we have continued to provide extensions. And so it is that essentially they have kept their place. They have not moved ahead of anyone. So I just wanted to be clear on that. I also have a question for Mr. King, actually. Just to be better acquainted, on the particular project you are involved with here for Cambria, do you have any other projects of similar size any other places?
We have a number of other projects. We're not a large corporation. We're two guys in Fresno. I've been doing this since '93 and still own most of the projects that we've developed. This will be one of the smallest projects that we've ever done. So yes, we have other facilities
that are in operation right now.
Yeah, they are in operation. Some of them that we've developed, for instance, we did a joint venture with the Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare District for a very similar facility that was 70 units, assisted living and memory care. We no longer have ownership in that project. It was done with the hospital district. They still own it.
Okay, and where I'm going with this, and you may not have the answer today, but maybe we could at least kind of find out close to, in a typical facility as you are working on here, with, I think it's maximum capacity, 41 beds, 31 actual rooms, and all that you do need, has there been any equating to average gallons per day in a facility that are used, that are that size?
Yes, in fact, the analysis that was done by the mechanical engineer that Mr. Gresham wanted involved in this project prepared those materials. I don't have the table with me, but your district office has those calculations, fixture rates, gallons per day, all of that has been calculated. And if I could add one point of clarification about the APNs, one of the conditions on this project is that we merge all the lot lines into one single APN, so.
Yes, that would help, I think, too.
That would help.
Yes.
Yeah, we get confused too by
Yeah,
the
it's been very
number of
confusing with all the
parcels, yeah.
APNs we have here in Cambria. Let's see, I think the only other question that I have is here, I was under the impression we had more than one ambulance in Cambria.
Staffed, I think we have one staffed and one, and like a half of another staffed. I don't think we have two that are fully staffed all the time.
Okay, did you hear that, General Manager
Is that
Gruber?
true?
Well,
On
I'm
the
sorry.
ambulance, do we only have one ambulance available?
Fully staffed, right?
No, there's 2 ambulances fully staffed all the time, right?
This is
Chief?
what I thought.
Yeah,
That's
there's
what
2.
I thought. Again, it's this thing of clarifying.
And Chief's here, so he can, but yes,
Yeah,
it is. That's, that we have 2.
Well, there he is, yes.
Yes, 2 ambulances with 2 people on it all the time, right, Chief?
There's a misconception that there may be 2 ambulances available at any one time. The Proposition 60 or A or whatever it was to provide 2 paramedics.
Yeah, and that became an issue in years past when they had a full-time administrator at the healthcare district. They had enough funding to run 2 ambulances for not quite the full year, and then they would have to back off of that. Now the situation with the interim administrator and not paying that position, they've been able to stabilize that to where there are 2 ambulances most of the time. But yeah, that's the issue. But the greater concern was the impact of that facility on our emergency services, just due to the fact that we have such a long response time. It's a minimum of an hour turnaround at best for one unit that goes out. So we couldn't absorb that type of if there's an increased call volume at this facility. So that was the concern.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. King, you had addressed that with the medical van and a trained staff member, you said?
Yeah, it'll be a transport van.
Transport.
So that if it is a non-life-threatening injury, someone slips and falls and breaks an arm and needs to get to the hospital, we will have the staff that can assess whether or not it is life-threatening or not, and then be trained in transport of someone who is injured to the hospital, and we'll have our own vehicle on site all times.
Okay, and in your other facilities, how often, again, I'm putting you on the spot, but kind of an average, maybe a monthly average, do you have beyond the non-life-threatening, or how many life-threatening calls do you have in a facility of a similar size?
In all other facilities, boy, this is going to be awkward English, okay? In all our other facilities, there is no requirement for us to do anything more than dial 911. Okay. They're larger facilities, they're in larger metropolitan areas, and they have the capability and the desire to respond and take care of that situation.
Thank you.
Director Berger?
Yes, I'm sympathetic to Mr. Hellman's issues, and I've always considered this a pipeline project that is a decade old at least, and we always knew it was going to happen, it was going to come up, and now it's here. So I think it's an obligation that we've made a long time ago, and our owner has done the due diligence, and I think we kind of have what we have. And also people's self-help. I agree with that, the fact that we were kind of, our hands were locked on that one. I am also sympathetic with Ms. Webb's desire to clean things up and make sure that we have APNs and et cetera. And I think there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done, and I think that's one of the priorities I'd like to have as a board member. However, you know, I think the owner has done what he can. I think 10 years ago, if we would have built this, we'd have been using a lot more water than we are with the new implementation. I think that the county and he's worked clearly closely with staff. Any more extortion we shouldn't do any more extortion. I think he's done an excellent job given the circumstances, and I would support this project.
Director Rice?
I pulled this item from consent, not because I don't necessarily support the project, but because I'm going to raise some issues about the project, and then I have two specific policy issues that I think the board should consider. I'm going to suggest that instead of a 3-year extension, we do a 1-year extension with a couple of conditions that we can make so that we can make sure that things are cleaned up and done appropriately. Let me explain why I think that that's what we should do on this particular item. First, the extensions previously have always been for 1 year. This is a 3-year extension. I don't know why that change has been made. I have a thought as to why the period of up to 3 years interpretation may be not the same as how I would interpret it, but I think a 1-year extension, even with the delays, I think is plenty. And every year the extension is they have to pay for it, and they have to pay a deposit of $400 because they have more than 3 EDUs, plus then any amount that the staff would be spending on that project, because that's a new policy that the board implemented, that if staff spends more than $400 working on the project, then they charge that additional amount. If we give a 3-year extension, we only charge the $400. There isn't an additional amount, and I don't know, tracking over 3 years, we don't have a chance to come back and see if they're still moving forward on their project, because that is one of the requirements of an extension, is that you're still moving forward on your project, which I believe they are doing in due diligence, moving forward on the project. They do pay a standby and availability on one of the parcels, the parcel that is listed, 052, but they don't pay a standby and availability on the other parcels that are part of the project. And I think that's maybe something that the board needs to consider, whether or not we should be charging. Since the project site includes 7 lots, the intent to serve kind of applies to all those lots. Unless they're merged, do they have to pay a standby availability on each lot? Unless, I mean, what's the policy right now? If you have 2 underlying lots on your property, and you have a house, so you get the standby and availability charge. Do you get charged twice if your lots are not merged, or do you get charged only once?
I'm sorry, I have a sidebar over here.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that staff's evaluating, because we need to interpret that. And one of the things that I've noticed is that standby availability, water and wastewater, that fee, as the language is written, I think there's an opportunity for us to capture a significant amount more of revenue if it's interpreted the way that I believe it should be interpreted.
Because I mean, whether you look at it as EDUs or lots that are going to be developed, it's more than one single property, and the impact in terms of infrastructure is more than one. And by giving a 1-year extension, but instead of a 3-year extension, we can kind of clear up whether or not that's appropriate. There's also, one of these lots is noted as being retired. When I talked to the county about it, it looks like that's through the assessor's office, notes that it's retired, which is and the CCSD says that it's retired. I don't know what it was retired for. If the lots are merged, then they can build all the way onto that lot that's retired. that may have an impact on our lot retirement program and our build-out reduction program if you've got retired lots that are then merged into larger projects. Then you get bigger houses, and lots that have been retired to save water in the long run are no longer providing that benefit. Now, whether or not that is an issue for Kingston, I don't know, but it's an important policy issue, I think, for the board to consider. What happens when there's a retired lot that somebody picks up that's right next to, contiguous to their own property? Are they allowed to put the building onto it, or does it have to stay as open space? I don't think that that's ever been specifically highlighted or outlined. Has the per EDU charge changed since they originally paid for those EDUs?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And why don't we see the conditions? Are the conditions that you were talking about, are those conditions of them getting a meter, or are those conditions of the intent to serve or the extension? The conditions like you were talking about just a few minutes ago.
All I'm doing here is just referencing the conditions within the municipal code. If the board wants to...
No, there was a condition. What was that? Somebody was just saying there was a condition about the...
I think Mr. King was talking about conditions that the county, after they approved the minor use permit, the MUP, that there were additional conditions added to the original application.
We didn't condition the part of him having an extra transport vehicle. That wasn't part of our conditions, is that part of a county condition?
Chief, on that one, is that one of the things, because of the shelter in place, is that one of the things that you were able to negotiate, is that a transport vehicle? Was that one of your conditions, or was that one? Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was one of Chief Miller's, just like having them requiring Kingston Bay to design a facility that would be sufficient for a shelter in place. And so that was one of the things that. So
who's in charge of ensuring that condition is met? Is that we don't give them a meter if that condition's not met, or we don't give them an extension if that condition's not met? I'd need to know.
I worked with Mr. King and his staff on developing a fire and life safety plan for the facility, which is part of the documented code that goes in. And I have to comment that he was very congenial and very upfront with the project the whole time, very cooperative. We worked through it very well. He addressed all of my concerns. Part of that is the impact on the community as far as emergency services was twofold. One was the routine transport stuff. The other was in the event of some kind of a catastrophic event like a wildland fire, flood, earthquake, that type of thing. We don't have the amount of staff on hand to be able to evacuate and care for a facility like that.
Right.
So we had to have it designed in such a way that it would be capable of a shelter down in the event of something that moved fast, a quick wildland fire or something, that they would be able to ride that out. And we worked with a corporation, a professional corporation known as Dudek, that put all of that type of stuff in there, from all of the interior design to the external building components.
So who's going to check that once the project is actually being built? Who's checking that to make sure that happens? And if it doesn't happen?
I will do the fire inspection portion of it. There's also a lot of fire code requirements that they will be required to.
And they've already agreed to all of these things, so these are conditions of the permit of the MUP?
Yes, it's not only a document that deals with the design of the facility, it also deals with the ongoing upkeep and maintenance of the facility, their defensible space, a lot of those type of issues. They're documented in there, and they have to report to us for a lot of that type of thing. There's checks and balances within that fire and life safety plan.
And the reason I bring up this issue of conditions is if you look at the Lindsay extensions, there were conditions that were put on the extension at that time that said if you don't do these X, Y, Z things, then we're not going to grant you another extension, which it looks like that this project, if it does get appealed to the Coastal Commission, probably isn't going to be, it's going to be at least another year before before they are actually able to get a building permit. But I think that, I mean, I'm not convinced that, have they shown that they have an allocation under the SLO County Growth Management Ordinance? That they have an allocation for a building permit? Because that's one of the conditions on prior extensions of these letters of intent to serve, is that they have an allocation under the Growth Management Ordinance. They have an active application for a building permit, which is different from an MUP, and that they meet the conditions set by the Board of Directors. I also don't think it's unreasonable for us to do a 2-to-1 requirement on the water. But that's my own personal feeling on that.
Can I respond a little bit? Because I had some of those very same questions. I had also, I have to say, in the beginning, thought, why 3 years? Maybe 1 year. So what I found in my investigation was I checked with county, and I found that, of course, right now they have their minor use permit, which has to be completed before they then get the building permit from building. Right now, it is a 5-year discretionary time frame. And as appeals happen, and as it perhaps goes to coastal, then that all, in terms of getting through and completing all the requirements, the building requirements and the minor use permit and all of that, my understanding is that once something's appealed, that 5 years actually that they're allowed goes kind of on the side. Because what if something took 2 or 3 years, so now do they find out they only have 2 years to finish up their minor use permit? So actually it could stretch out, but then the building permit comes after the minor use permit process. Having found all that out is when I decided, well, if this is what we're looking at, how long is our extension going to be? And it's different than usual, the 3 years instead of 1. That's when I concluded that, knowing all that, probably 3 years won't even give them enough time. So it's how many times they come back to us for extensions.
And I think that having them come back, since this decision to give an intent to serve was done before the moratorium, I think having them come back each year and letting us know, because this is going to have an impact of almost 2 acre-feet on the amount of water that's going to be demanded of the system. For the board to hear it every year so that we know how soon we're going to have to be able to provide that extra 2 acre-feet, I think, especially because we're issuing intent to serves, especially because it could be 4 or 5 years before they even break ground. I hope it's not for their sake. But if it is, 2 acre-feet is not a small amount compared to what we usually use for the whole year. And I think for the purposes of the board's discretion because it is so many EDUs and it is so much water, I think it's important for us to be able to not necessarily pull it, but to get an idea that the progress is still going forward. And I truly believe, I agree with what everybody has said, that Mr. King is a congenial, cooperative. He's worked through a lot of things. He's had to jump through a lot of hoops, and I'm not trying to block him. I'm trying to make sure that we have the information that we need, that we're doing the best we can for the community in terms of making sure that we know what's going on in terms of our water supply demands and our emergency supply demands. It would be good for Chief Miller to know how soon it's going to be so that he can make sure that he's got the resources to do that. That's why I think a year is just fine. On the time issue, and then I'm gonna stop, because that is the other thing Mr. Carmel opens to that number 8.04.080E. Extensions are valid for a period of up to 3 years. My interpretation of that is that it kind of goes along with the counties. We give out a letter of intent to serve, which we haven't done in a really long time. A letter of intent to serve goes for 18 months, and then they can apply for 1-year extensions 3 times. At the county, you can do that 3 times, and then your project expires. The way I read this is that you can get up to 3 years worth of extensions. Not a 3-year extension, a 3-year extension in perpetuity. Are we going to give extensions in perpetuity?
I think these are all good discussions. I have one last question for legal, and that is just a question. If if we choose to go 1 year or 3 years, and they're still involved with perhaps an appeal and still in the minor use permit stage with the county, what happens to them if we decide not to renew any more extensions? Then what happens to them, the project?
Their project dies.
Okay, so Director Clift and then Director Behringer, and then hopefully we can entertain a motion on this issue.
Hopefully.
Okay. I have a lot of sympathy for the issues that Director Rice has brought up. However, what I'm faced with here is the statement that the project is in compliance with the requirements of the CCSD municipal code. And when I look at the code, we use the term extensions, not one extension, 2 extension, 3 extensions. We just say extensions of up to 3 years, which, you know, this project has been going on ever since I moved here in 1998. My sympathy or my support for some of the things that Director Rice is bringing up probably doesn't apply to this particular case, but I think what we have got to do is to get some handle on just the ability of someone to acquire a water meter and simply have that water meter, I'll talk about it in the next issue, but simply to have water meters out there, which, you know, just hanging on to them. So I think there's something that we need to do in oral. You know, as an example, if you were going to not do an extension on this project, it probably should have been done in the early 2000s when Mr. Clark had no intentions of probably, or no prospects of building.
Or when the project expired at the county.
Yeah, and so I think we're in a situation here right now where we need to do an extension, whether it's 1 year or 3 years. I don't have a particular feeling one way or another, but I think it brings out the point that in our code, we've got some things where we kind of have, if we're going to establish a policy of people getting intent to serve letters and then just sitting on them for whatever reason. I mean, I can get an intent to, I think for many years, Mr. Clark had an intent to serve letter, but he didn't have an investor. And so he was not a real builder, he was a speculator. And that's what I think somehow we have to stop that. Whether we can put conditions within it or not, you know, I don't know. I don't know that it's not a bad idea to say, hey, you got to get these things merged so we don't have this lot problem. We got to do some of these things. But I will support the extension, and whether it's 1 year or 3 years, that's up to the board. But I think we're in a situation on this one in that they have complied with our code. They are actively pursuing, you know, they have a minor use permit or they're pursuing it. They are actively involved. They're spending the money. They're going through the process. And I don't see.
Do they have a building allocation?
I don't see how we can deny them an extension. Whether you make that extension 1 year or 3 years, I'll support either one.
If you don't object, I'm ready to make a motion.
No, I'm going to make a comment quick. I certainly support 3 years at a minimum. We have a person that has done what they need to do. They are facing a potential appeal. Hey, maybe the world will recognize that this is a project that we need to move forward to, and he is able to build soon. But to put a person in angst 12 months from now as to whether he's going to lose his entire investment is ridiculous. I tend to think that this project a long time ago would have used more water. Now we're using less water as it's being built here. He has been doing what he can to live with this, with the program. He's done what he can. And yeah, there might have been some problems in the past, and I certainly support the fact that if there's a retired lot that's now being built on, perhaps we should have some things. But that's in the future. And going forward, I certainly support Mr. Cliff's recommendation that we kind of clean this up. And I think there's a lot of people who would like to have this very clear. If somebody gets a building allocation, they get a meter, they do something with it within a given period of time, and they know it up front. But for this particular project, I strongly recommend a 3-year extension.
Would there be a way to split the difference on this?
I just had one other concern, since we just passed that ordinance, and the extensions are subject to future ordinances. So this current letter of intent would be subject to the, you can't have a wait list position on a developed property. Would that apply, but not until the project would be finalized? Because there is a commercial intent to serve letter on one of the lots that's part of this project.
That's a good question. I don't have a good answer for it.
Okay. Well, then I move that we have a 1-year extension so we can get some of those answers. If there's no election between now and the next time this would come back to us, so unless somebody gets hit by a bus tomorrow, the board will be constituted the same, and I think that a 1-year extension. So I move a 1-year extension for the letter of intent to serve for the Kingston Bay APN 024-191-052 Ardith Drive and Green Street property.
Do I hear a second on the motion?
I'm going to second it for discussion purposes only.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Director Clift?
Like I say, I would support 1 or 3 years. I kind of want to know what other directors are thinking.
Well, I've already said that
Yeah, I know.
it's very clear, a 3-year extension for a person, for the government, We're not even the government. We're not even land use people. All we are is giving him an opportunity to have an extension on his water rights or water commitment. And I tend to think that to put more angst on a potential developer is not right.
Director Robinette?
Well, as I said, I first went into this thinking immediately 1 year myself. But then I did spend some time talking with the county and building and kind of reviewing the whole idea of the minor use permit and then the building permit. So that's when I thought, I don't know how 3 got on there. And I think it does bring up a whole lot of interesting things that really result essentially in, we got some real cleanup to do. We can't use necessarily Kingston as the thing to do, but it just opens up that we've got a lot of stuff to clarify, straighten up, make right, and go forward. But, so I could go with 1 or 3, or do we hear 2? Do we have 2?
Yeah, let me say this.
That's kind of how I am with that. I think we certainly have to go with something.
I have attended a number of other community meetings, the NCAC and so forth, and spoken to a lot of individuals about this issue. And we've heard negative comments made at the meeting here, but there are folks in town that are very supportive of having a facility, not having to drive to Morro Bay to house their loved ones and so forth. And I too see a need for senior housing in this community. I think that it's important. I also have I understand Director Rice's position. I have a problem with a year because it's like anything else. Before we turn around, he's going to be right back here asking for another year, and I don't know whether that's. I know, and so I'm more sympathetic for a bit longer, whether it's 18 months or 2 years or whatever, so we don't have to turn around and address this issue at the next meeting. And that's where I'm coming from on this. I'd like to see some sort of compromise in terms of 18 months, 2 years, whatever, so that we can give them an opportunity to do what they need to do, and then we can look at it, and we can also address some of the questions that staff has on it.
I agree with Director Thompson. I would recommend a friendly amendment to make it 2 years, and regardless, we need to look at all of these other detailed issues, but in this particular case, you know, this developer is already down the path, and we should allow him to be able, at least from the water perspective, to be able to move forward.
I definitely support an extension. I think the question right now is a one-year extension, and if the board is not going that direction, we should vote on that, and then somebody else can make a motion.
Okay, we will have that vote, and I guess we'll do a roll call. The motion is to provide for a one-year extension, and was there anything else related to that? Just strictly a time?
Strictly a one-year extension.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Berenger?
No.
Director Robinette?
No.
And President Thompson?
No.
The motion fails 3-2.
I move that we have a 2-year extension on the intent to serve letter for the senior care facility, Kingston Bay LLC applicant APN 024192052.
I second it.
Motion's moved and seconded. Ms. Cho?
Director Berenger?
Yes.
Director Robinette?
Yes.
Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Rice?
No.
And President Thompson?
Yes.
And motion passed 4-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. King. Okay, moving now to item 7D. Mr. General Manager.
I'm almost afraid to read this one. Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Item 7D is consider approving extension of intent to serve letter for the San Luis Obispo County applicant APN number 022.1232, 123.003. The recommendation from staff is recommended the Board of Directors approve a 36-month extension of the intent to serve letter for the San Luis Obispo County applicant number as previously read on the Cornell property. Attached for the board reference is the application for the extent to serve letter for the property owned by the San Luis Obispo County, as well as the letter from Brian Reynolds, the county library director. I'm not going to read any more, but this is, everybody's familiar with the property and the attached documentation, and the appraisal is attached and all the supporting referenced material in the staff report. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, we have 2 requests to speak, and the president of the Friends of the Library, Jerry Farrell, is in the back of the room, and so if we need to ask you for some comments, you're here. First to speak is Tina Dickinson. 7D.
I think I already covered it when I got up before, so I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. Then we have Mary Webb.
Mary Webb, again, is that on?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're good.
Same issues that I had with the last project. This is for APN 022-123-003 for the site on Cornwall. The library, as far as I understand, is supposed to be built on Main Street. So 022-123-003 is not a parcel on Main Street. What is the parcel on Main Street that the library is supposed to be built on? There's no documentation of what parcel this APN number this is actually supposed to be moved to, and there's nothing that says what's supposed to happen to the parcel on Cornwall that did have some kind of water on it. Without that documentation, I don't know how you can possibly tell what kind of water you're actually committing, and if you're duplicating water at more than one parcel. When I look at 022-123-003 on the board's existing commitment list as of December 20th, 2012, it's not on the list. It's none of the APNs that are on this list. So perhaps the old, the Main Street property is somewhere on this commitments list, but it doesn't tell you anywhere on the commitment list that water from one of these Main Street parcels is going to parcel 022-123-003. I'm all for a library. I think that's a really great location, but again, it's not on the list. I'd be happy to work with the board, with Monique Madrid or Kathy Choate or whoever to get this thing justified. It's not right. Thank you.
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, this is a piece of property that the library owns. It has its own APN number. It's a point of clarification. It is on Cornwall Street. It's not the existing library or the future library, but it is a piece of property that at some point in time, as I understand, was considered as a library site. And those are not the intentions of the county anymore, obviously, to build a library. We have a beautiful new library. They have an existing library, but they still do own this piece of property. And the county's request is based on the depreciation of that property, which was intended for an original library site many moons ago, that if the extension is not granted, then it would equate to a significant reduction in the value of the property. So it's a very good point, but.
Yes, Mary.
Then where's the water going, where's the water coming from for the library on Main Street? Where'd it come from for the new library? If it's not coming from Cornwall, that's my point exactly. Then you've got water on Main Street for the new library, and you've got an extension to serve for water at the Cornwall site. It is not an existing commitment. It is not a grandfathered meter. It's not on the list. So that's a good, I'd love to meet with you too, Kathy. You can find out why isn't, if it's a grandfathered meter, it should be showing up on this commitment list.
Okay, thank you. Director Robinette?
Well, I just, when I first looked at the agenda item 7D, again, we're talking, there's a lot always, I think, to clarify and sometimes confusion, because the library building is constructed. It's not finished. The inside's not finished yet. But we're talking about a property where no construction ever took place, but apparently there was, when the county bought it, apparently, because it belongs to the county, a commercial water, I don't know if it was on a wait list or if it just had a number or what. That I'm not sure about.
Director Clift?
Yeah, I asked that this be pulled for a couple of reasons. And I'm not opposed to ultimately having some methodology to extend this intent to serve letter. But I thoroughly object to the situation here where the county is applying for a hardship waiver for financial reasons. Because when I look at our code, I don't see loss of value as one of the hardships. The hardships here that are talked about, and again, this is a part of what I was talking about before, of not cleaning some of this stuff up, is that if we approve under the code section 8.04.080 E, item 4, we are going to set a precedent that any person who has a water meter can hold that water meter forever because they can't make a profit on that meter at that current time. I think this is absolutely wrong as we move forward here on our philosophy of when we issue meters or intent to serve. They ought to be going to people who are going to add to this community. So what the situation here is, if we approve this under this circumstances, the county purely is a speculator. And they're saying, we're not going to build anything. They don't have a, say, an application for extension of commercial intent to serve letter shall require the applicant to have an application accepted by the county for processing of a minor use permit or a development plan if applicable, and an active application for a building permit. They have none of those things, and they have not applied for any of those things. They have not put the property up for sale. They are simply holding an active water meter until they think they can make profit. So what I would suggest is, because this is a situation in which if we don't extend this meter or letter, we harm our own local citizens. And I guess what my situation is there any way that we can postpone this decision until such time as the county and our staff can sit down and determine that there are certain facts in this very, very specific case that the community needs and community benefits are such that we are extending this meter. And I think back to other meters that have been issued that were for basically community benefit, and the one I'm thinking of is the one issued to Mr. Montandon as a inducement to go to work for the district, which basically a meter is basically issued because it benefited the overall community, or purported to benefit the overall community. And I'm just wondering if we could not do this based on hardship, because if we do it based on hardship, we open ourselves to the two things, the word extensions and the word, I just can't make a profit, so let me hold on to this active meter for as long as I want until I think I can make a profit. And that bothers me, very directly bothers me. And so I kind of want to know whether, it does seem to imply that we can probably issue a meter for any, or we issue an extension for any reason right now under our rules. And so I would rather issue an extension under the basis that this is of great concern to our community and is needed by the overall benefit of all the community, not the benefit of the county as a hardship. That's my first position. My second position is and I don't know if there's anyone here from the county or not, but I absolutely resent the threat that's implied in your letter. If you don't have the ability to come to our people and sit down and discuss the possibilities, to turn around and threaten me and threaten the community with a $500,000 charge if we don't do what you tell us to do, quite frankly, if it didn't hurt the community, I would vote to dump you right now.
One of these days, Director Cliff's going to say what he really means.
But I absolutely resent the theft, or the threat that's implied in here, and the fact that they're threatening not even to cover their half of the deal, and turning back to the community having to come up with $500,000 if we don't do what they say. I'm just saying that that's a situation of how we have to deal with this county government.
This has not been your week with the county, Merle.
Anyhow, I want to extend the thing, but I want to extend it based on the basis that it is good for this community, not because the county will lose money if we don't extend it. And somehow being able to make that as a very individual, special circumstances so that we don't set a precedent to have to, any speculator who comes in here gets a free ride.
Would you be okay with, say, like, because if we don't approve an extension, the intent to serve expires, right? And they would have to reapply. So what if we did like a 6-month extension and tried to work some of those things
How about
out?
60 days?
As part of that discussion, I think that we could condition this on our effort to clean up the code in the first place. And as part of cleaning up that code, we have a special circumstance under which the county could fall. And so I think it'll take us 6 months to do that. And I think that it has to be extended now.
Is the intent to serve for the,
It expires June 1st.
is the intent to serve owned by the county or the library, Friends of the Library?
County.
It's owned by the county.
Director Robinette?
Well, as I was going to say too, it is, the possibility is that it helps and supports the current library in terms of funds to come to the Friends of the Library to continue with what they have worked so hard on, and that is coming up with their money to have this building. But, so my question is from the county, if we leave this intent to serve letter with this property, how much of that upon a sale is going to benefit the library?
You know, the basic rules, I think Jerry has indicated, 50-50.
So it's whatever.
However, the part of that is based on the fact that it was a purchase of 518,000 or something like that, of which 50% was put up by Friends of the Library, and 50%
Yeah.
by the county. And the county is, you know, I don't have a problem with it going for whatever period of time we go with, but my problem is to using the code section that we're talking about here in this context, as compared to doing something that is a very special determination, you know, and if we say, okay, let's do this for 6 months, you know, I don't have a problem with that either.
So
But I think I would move that we extend the intent to serve letter to the San Luis Obispo County applicant APN 022-123-003 for a period of 6 months to be covered under an ordinance yet to be adopted justifying such extension.
I'll second.
Is that bad? Is that bad?
That's not going to work. It's far too speculative.
Okay.
Wait a minute, let me withdraw my second. I would
can we
request
do
that
it-
you say under a resolution, not an ordinance.
Can we do it under, with
Well, it still needs to be in
condition?
existence when you're making the
Can we
motion.
do a
okay.
condition?
Okay,
Can we condition the extension to include something like the
No,
agreement?
I think
Yeah.
we just extended 6 months.
Well, I think if you include the specific finding that you've been restating periodically, that, you know, essentially, this is a unique circumstance, and the hardship is based on what you've
Well,
articulated.
I guess what I wanted to do is have those drawn up specifically and brought back to the board so that they're approved by the board, that it is a very specific case based on certain findings.
What if we did an extension of 6 months with a condition that any additional extensions are under a specific ordinance that we develop within that 6 months, or an agreement or something
Well,
like that?
aren't we, if we extend this for 6 months, is the point, I have a lot of questions yet. Number one, is the property actively for sale?
No, but
So why, if we extend it 6 months, isn't the idea they are trying to hold out and keep it until they feel they can get a better price for it? And so that's not going to happen in 6 months.
no, but the
now.
specific opportunity then would be to them to try and address those issues. And the specific benefit for our community is that that property, a county-owned property, they can hold on their books, not like a speculator, but certainly for in the future. If we allow them to hold that property on their books, they can do it for a period of time. Yeah, they don't have financial hardship, but it's just like we're in if we were to purchase a property, you know, we can hold it on the books for a while until it improves. So I think at least a minute,
I'd-
I move that we
May-
extend
I'd like to hear from Jerry
the letter
first.
of San Luis Obispo County applicant APN 022123003 for 6 months.
And I'll second that, because even though that might set a precedent, it allows us to tell a speculator, the precedent is 6 months. So it saves for this council.
Okay, Jerry, we have a motion on the floor, so Jerry, if you would.
Jerry Farrell, Cambria, president of the Friends. We purchased the property in conjunction with the county in 2005. We fully intended to build on that. In the meantime, the property came up across from the Vets Hall, and we were able to work with the county to purchase that. That $518,000 that we paid for the property, half of it came from us. If you don't extend the extension, they won't let us continue to open the library until we come up with the rest of the money for that property. A 6-month extension is really pretty puny, guys. I'm very disappointed. We're working with the county to finish up over here, and hopefully within the year, they'll put the other property up for sale.
Do I understand this correctly? You're saying that the county is saying to you that if they don't get their extension, you can't continue on your current building?
Well, if we don't get the extension and the property they can't then put the property up for sale, we lose the water rights on that. That's half the property value. And yes, we then would be responsible for half of the $518,000 to finish here. We'd have to come up with another bunch of money. It would stop.
Is this all spelled out somewhere?
Yes.
In writing?
Yes.
So it's not for sale yet.
No. And that,
And
once
the Friends have already invested half of the $518,000.
And once the Friends invest the money, we sign everything over to the county.
So then
we
the
have no
so you don't
rights on that
actually-
property.
Okay.
But we have a debt to the
But
county.
it gives you a credit of 200 and whatever it is, 250, 260, whatever it is.
275, something like that.
Toward what you have to pay for the new building. And they're saying that you will have to come up with that extra 275, not the 518, but the 275.
Right.
Even though when they sell the property, okay.
Are libraries typically built with the community has to raise the funds?
In this county.
They're county libraries, but
in this county, and nowhere else, I think, in the state. You can ask Brian. But in this county, we have to come up with 50%. The community has to come up with 50% of the purchase price.
Well, I think what we're saying, Jerry, is that we will probably come back I speak for myself, we'll come back with a resolution that does extend it for an extended period of time, which might be 3 years. And I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is being put in the position of never being able to turn down someone who just simply walks in and says, I'll lose money if I don't get this extension. Right. And when we don't give them the extension, they turn around and sue us because we have a precedent.
Could you implement that down the line? Not right here. Every time we come up for an extension, it's $200 plus an $80 processing fee, and we pay half of that too.
And yet you don't have any rights to the property, and the county lays that off on you?
Yes.
Jeez.
Has the county indicated to you when their plan to put it up for sale, to get you out from under this cloud might happen?
Not really. Our focus has really been on completing this, and the county was out Tuesday, and everybody's been crawling all over the building, getting things in order, and actually hope to start the interior construction by the end of June, beginning of July.
Yeah, well, let me ask another question. Is the credit applied to you as a dollar amount or a percentage amount?
50% of the cost.
Of the sale?
Of the sale or of the cost?
Of the cost of the building. So we
Okay.
still may have to.
So if they sold it tomorrow for $150,000, they'd still have to give you a $275,000 credit?
No, we'd
No.
have to come up with the rest of the money.
The rest of the money.
Yeah.
We have Brian Reynolds here from the county library department. And Brian,
Okay, thank you.
could you, he has requested the opportunity to speak on public comment.
Thank you, President Thompson, members of the board, members of the audience. Brian Reynolds, County Library Director. We have been working with the Friends in the community on getting a bigger library for a long time, probably 10 years at least. And at one time, as Jerry mentioned, we were looking at the Cornwall property as an option, and then the McKinney property on Main Street appeared, and that was the best choice. And as Jerry also mentioned, we hope to start the tenant improvements in about a month or 6 weeks. It's been a long road, and we're almost there. Because of the county's policy of library projects, when the board approves these, they have to be a 50-50 match, 50% from the library, and just to clarify, not from the county per se, no general fund money is involved. It's all library money. And then 50% from the community, and I would like to commend everybody, especially the Friends and Jerry, for really doing a Herculean feat of raising millions of dollars to share this cost of the project. When the Friends, the Cambria Friends and the county established a memorandum of understanding on the project costs being shared 50-50, the revenues of the existing properties we have, the current library plus the Cornwall property, were taken into consideration. And collectively, they were appraised at about $1 million. So that $1 million, half of that going to on the Friends side and half from the county, was figured into the mix. And so essentially what would happen if, say, either one of the properties, including the Cornwall, lost value, it wouldn't be a matter of losing profit. It would be a matter of a project that had been budgeted at a certain amount that's no longer tenable. You know, it's not, we're counting on $1 million, and if there's not any water service on Cornwall, then it would be worth, we assume, a lot less. So it's not a matter of profit or speculation. It's trying to make a deal so that the community can have a new library. And so I would urge you to consider giving us an extension. And the purpose of talking about the hardship in the letter was something that which was the project itself would be at risk, was explained to us that we had to explain what the hardship was. It wasn't a threat. It was meant to illustrate the fact that this is a very tenuous project where the general fund is not participating. It's just the library's budget and the Friends fundraising trying to make the deal. Thus, we need the value of the property. Thus, we need the water permit. It's not speculation or profit. It's just part of the math.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Could we take about a 5-minute break and come back and revisit this whole discussion?
Can I take my motion off the table?
After we're done with our break? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we are back in session. Director Berenger, you have the floor.
I request to withdraw my my motion and accept and offer someone else to make a motion on this item.
Okay, I'll withdraw my second. And then, after discussion with our attorney, I will move that we give a 1-year extension of this intent to serve letter with the condition that it is made on the basis that this is in order to protect the citizens of this community and the Friends of the Library's commitment to the development of the library, and is not considered to be a precedent for any future extension of any intent to serve letter.
I second.
Second.
Does that get us there, Mr. Carmel?
Let me second it.
Okay.
Let me second. All right. I'll second it. Jim. Mr. Barry. Director Barry.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion?
I fully support the library, and I'm glad that we're able to do this for them.
Thank you, Jerry. I think we all support the library, and we appreciate the work that you and the Friends have done, and this board would not take any action which would put that in jeopardy. So we appreciate your being here today. With that, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Motion carries. We are now to item
Thank you.
7F.
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Board President. This is consider adoption of Resolution 18-2013 approving water systems operator position and salary range. Just a couple clarifications. Two things. Let me get my notes here. Two changes that we may assume is one is we're not asking to hire another person at this time. We're just reclassifying the position for two reasons. It gives us redundancy. We need a T3 operator that is not a lead operator to operate this SR4 well. And second, if that lead operator is not present, then that person needs to be able to fill out the monthly reports and things like that. So all it is expanding by definition the position to encompass some additional tasks in the event that the lead operator is not present.
I pulled this item for the same reason that I've pulled similar items, which is my understanding of our role in this. Is there somebody with a request to speak?
We did have one request to speak from the public.
Okay.
That's Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I am very, very confused about this item. When I read the discussion under 7F agenda item on page 72, maybe I'm ignorant of the facts. We're not going to hire a new person. We are going to indeed have a redundancy in the water treatment 3 licensure. I'd like to know how many people, how many persons in the water treatment department have a license 3, certification 3?
We currently have 2 right now.
2. And so by doing this, I'm really not sure what the purpose is. I'm having a really hard time with this paragraph. As I said earlier, and I actually made a mistake, I brought this up earlier, and I meant it to be at this for this 7F, but what is the purpose, General Manager? I'm really confused.
May I?
Yes, Ms. Dickinson, if you could finish your statement and...
Well, I think the public deserves to know
I'm
what this
saying
means.
we will ask Mr. Gruber to respond, but I wish you'd finish your statement, and then we'll go to him for his response. So if you have other questions,
I am
rather
concerned.
than having a dialogue.
I have comments. Thank you.
Okay.
I am concerned about and I'm quoting, this position will also be able to fill in as the senior water operator during vacation periods and other appropriate times when the senior water operator is out of the office. Well, if we're not adding anybody new, how do we cover consistently having someone to oversee the other operators? I'm really confused by this. The recommended salary range is the same as the current senior water operator salary range. I also understand that now we do not have a water supervisor. So are we eliminating more and more positions now in the water department? This is what you're all about. And boy, you better be getting it right. And I'm not sure that you are, and I'd like to get clarification for the whole town of Cambria. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. And Mr. Gruber, could you respond to the issues that were raised?
So let me kind of use the analogy. If I go on vacation, I would like somebody to be able to fill in for me, and that's Monique or Chief Miller. So that's kind of that analogy. We do have currently two T3 licensed operators, but the way the job description is written for that second T3 operator right now, if the lead operator was to go on vacation or something like that, there are certain duties within that position that will now enable them, based on the changes to this job description, that would allow them to essentially fill in. So that's as simple as I can make it, and it's not an overcomplicated issue. It's just a staffing issue, and it's ultimately I think it would be a really good idea for us to lean towards or eventually achieve within a couple-year period dual certifications. I've never worked for a utility company where people aren't dual certified, and the advantage to that is we're a small organization, so this is just a step in that direction. That's obviously a meet and confer and a negotiation issue, but it's really no different than, Chief, I'm going to use you for an example because you really address things like this in your department, making sure that the reserves are trained to be engineers, and the engineers are trained to be captains, and the captains are trained when chief isn't here to be the chief. So that's really what we're doing is we're expanding the role, if you will, of the T3 operator to encompass some responsibilities of the chief operator when they're not here. But they're very good questions that Ms. Dickens is asking.
Director Rice?
I pulled this item for the same reason why I've pulled similar items before, which is that it's my understanding as a board, we hire the general manager. The general manager is then in charge of making sure that the district is staffed and meets all of the goals and policy of the board, and that actual staffing issues really should be left to the general manager. And so I'm asking again, why is it that we're approving a job description which isn't necessarily something in my understanding of our job is to hire the general manager to do the job that he's supposed to do, which includes things like this, and it's good to be notified these things are happening, but I don't see this as something we need to approve unless there's something different about this that I'm missing the point, maybe.
Yeah, it's a very good question. The PP&Rs, which are our policies, procedures, and rules, the way they were drafted originally, for whatever reason, has the board necessarily more involved than they need to be, but it's a good relationship. So we're working on that. The district council and I will be revising that as a meet and confer issue and bringing those PP&Rs, and with our ad hoc committee working on those. But the answer to your question is that it requires it at this point in time. Now, once the PP&Rs are modified to realistic standards and today's standards as it relates to HR-related matters, then that's a thing that would follow with me, and I would bring it to you as professional courtesy and say, oh, by the way, I'm doing this. But right now, unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say that. Right now, the way it's written is, and I don't mind at all that it requires that the board approve these type of things. So
okay, and so until we change our policies, the other thing that would be really helpful for me as we're reviewing things like this would be to have an org chart, so we see if there's changes to the way that the organization is structured based on these changes to the job description, because to me that's a bigger issue and affects what the decisions have to be for staffing and in terms of the budget and things like that.
that's a good point, and when we bring our final budget to you in June, which is just a draft today, then we'll have an org chart that'll show the proposed positions that I'll be asking for in the org chart, because I realize there's concerns about staffing and things like that, and they're legitimate concerns, but the org chart's a great idea. It's not part of this budget though, because we're still tweaking some things and doing some changes. So,
okay, thank you. Motion?
I move approval of 7F.
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
7F is approved. Moving to item 8, hearings and appeals. Item A, Mr. Gruber.
Thank you. I'll just go ahead and give a brief description, then turn it over to District Counsel Tim Carmel. The item is discussion and consideration to confirm itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges as provided in Government Code 61124B, and consideration to adopt Resolution 15-2013, confirming water and wastewater standby availability or availability charges for fiscal year 2013 and 2014.
He gives me the exciting items. I'm going to work through this real quick. I don't like to read, but I will. This is your annual resolution confirming the cost report for the standby immediate availability charges on the tax roll. The charges have been in place for many, many years, I think since 1995. The charges are grandfathered under Prop 218 so long as the rates remain the same. If adopted, this report will be forwarded to the tax collector and placed on the tax roll. And the proceeds from this particular assessment are really critical for maintenance, capital improvement projects in the water and wastewater fund. About $280,000 collected. So urge you to open the public hearing, and after closing the public hearing, adopt the resolution. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. Okay, we'll open the public hearing on this item. We have no requests to speak on this item, so we will close the public hearing. Discussion by the board. Director Robinette.
I would like to move that we adopt. I move that we adopt Resolution 152013, confirming the itemized report Exhibit A to the resolution, describing each parcel and amount of water and wastewater standby or availability charges to be assessed against each parcel for fiscal year 2013-2014.
Have a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion?
I just have a question. When you have a property that has more than one underlying APN, is this all the APNs that have houses on them? Or is this, you have a house, and no matter how many underlying APNs you have, you get one charge?
It's another really good question. I asked that question. As I understand it, as we currently assess this particular fee, we do it based on a single parcel, and that can have multiple underlying legal parcels, but as I understand it, it's based on the assessor's parcel number, which, as you know, is not a legal parcel. We were just evaluating the issue prior to actually moving this item forward, but it became so labor-intensive and complicated that we chose to defer it until next year. So I believe that's the answer currently. But
so I'm hearing we're going to look at this more closely next year before we do it.
I think we're probably losing a fair amount of revenue.
Thank you.
That would be my only other comment, too, that while we're here and time is time by now, we really do need to get a much better handle and system on all these APNs.
Call the question.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
That motion is approved. Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Number 8B.
Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Number 8B on the agenda, a consideration adoption of Resolution 16-2013 declaring a public nuisance for the annual fire hazard fuel reduction program. Again, this is a public hearing, so I'll turn it over to District Counsel, but I just wanted to let the board and the community know that Chief Miller has hung in there all day, and he's here for these reports, these next few, if you have any questions for him. Thank you.
And Chief Miller has enjoyed coffee and cake today, so he was happy to be here. Okay. I will open the public hearing on this item. We have no requests to speak. Anyone from the public? Okay. I'll close the public hearing and bring it to the board for discussion. Director Rice?
My only question is to Chief Miller. Do you coordinate with, I know CAL FIRE deals with the improved properties in the district in terms of making sure that the houses are complying with defensible space and not getting the pine needles off the roofs and stuff. Do you coordinate with them so they're doing it around the same time of year, or how does that work?
Yes, we coordinate with Captain Blair Gillespie at Station 10 and coordinate our efforts to where we're taking on the problem areas that we can see as we move about and keeping the communication lines open as best we can to do that. It has to be not just a two-pronged attack on it. It has to be three. It has to have the buy-in of the community and them taking responsibility as well, like we mentioned. But
and is the new system working where you're trying to collect it originally directly from the lot owners before it goes onto the tax rolls? Is that working?
absolutely. What that has done for us, that has been such a big improvement. We were shackled to the county tax deadline reporting. Now we can, because of the shift on that 1 year, we've been able to move the deadline to accommodate what our fire season is here, and it's almost the same as it was in the past because of the dry year, but it enables us to push it back. If it's a wet year, if it's a typical year, our fire season starts later on the coast, so it enables us to move it back to coincide with the better time to cut. So.
And the last question I have is, some years when it has to be done earlier, the grass grows back. We can't really do it twice in a year. So how do you deal with that?
Well, we try to, once the grass seeds out, if you cut after it's seeded out, then it typically won't come back. So that's the sweet spot of where we're trying to get it done. You know, not allow it to stand around dry for a long time and become a problem, but to get it right after it goes to seed. So sometimes it does. Last year we had kind of an issue with that because there were some late rains that came in and it kind of extended things out. But typically we try to work. We've done everything we can to work with the property owners. We're not out to collect fees or to make this a money generation thing. We're trying to work with everybody, and if there's somebody that's out of compliance, we will generally bend over backwards to try to notify them and give them an opportunity to get them in to let them abate it before we take them to contract.
Thank you.
And I think the number of folks not in compliance has really decreased greatly in the last few years. I know that we've had.
Yes. Yeah, it has. It's down around 50. Right. So it's a lot of effort. I have to commend the efforts of Captain Biddo and his diligence on contacting people on the phone and pushing that forward to try to make that all happen. He did a great job.
If it's okay, I'd like
Sure.
to move adoption of Resolution 16-2013, declaring a public nuisance within the Cambria Community Services District.
Can I get a second on the motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I guess part of the motion is to direct staff to submit the documentation to the tax
Yes.
collector and so forth. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
That motion is approved. Moving to item 8D.
C.
C. Oh,
8C.
Okay, 8C.
Thank you, Board President, board members. Item 8C on the agenda before you today is discussion and consideration of Resolution 17-2013, confirming 2012 fire hazard fuel reduction cost reporting of the Cambria Community Services District. Just one correction in here. It refers to under fiscal impact 54 parcels. And then if you go down, it says 29. If I do the math correctly, that should be 18. And then the 36 outstanding parcels would total the 54 that it's referencing. So that was a typo if I'm doing my math correctly. And the recommendations are before you, and it is a public hearing, so I'll turn it over to District Council if he has anything to add regarding it.
No, very briefly, this is the last part of the 2012 weed abatement process. It's collection of costs. Those that has had their weeds abated by the district were billed and didn't pay wind up in this resolution in the cost report. And if you approve the cost report, it's forwarded to the tax collector and it's placed on the tax rolls. Be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. We'll open the public hearing. We have no request to speak. Anyone from the public request to speak on this item? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Director Robinette, you request to speak?
No,
Oh.
I just wanted to make a motion.
Okay. Any discussion before the motion? No? Okay.
Okay, I move that we approve Resolution 172013, confirming the 2012 Fire Hazard Fuel Reduction Cost Report of the Cambria Community Services District.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
That also includes directing staff to submit the required documentation, yes?
Yeah. Yeah, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
That motion is approved. Now, item 8D, Mr. Gruber.
Thank you, Board President and board members. Before you is on item 8D is to receive the draft fiscal year 2013-2014 budget and presentation and provide staff with direction. I'm going to go through, and I have Alan Labossiere, our finance director here, but I'm going to go through it, and I know that every one of you has spent a lot of time on this, so just want to go through some key points in the budget. So on the very first page on 221, the Water Enterprise Fund, the total revenue and transfers from restricted reserves are $2,162,800. The total expenditures are $2,449,520, and the total transfer from and to restricted reserves is $286,720. Now, the Wastewater Enterprise Fund, the total revenue and transfers from restricted reserves is $2,117,200, with total expenditures being $233,052, and the net transfer from unrestricted funds is $218,852. The general fund is $3,643,135, with the total expenditures of $3,635,194. And the transfers of $7,941. Now, this budget has more expenditures than we have projected revenues. I don't like to use the word deficit. We are proposing just in this draft budget some pretty significant amounts coming out of water and wastewater reserves. And I guess from a philosophical standpoint, I would like to be able at the end of the conversation today to say, yeah, Jerry, we're okay with that, or it seems like it's an awful lot. Can we pare it down a little bit? One other thing before I get too far into the budget is I'm going to be bringing back some minor changes to the budget for the June meeting, and I might as well go over those now. So as I start going through the pages, you have in your mind some of the things that I would like to change as far as the final budget that you'll be approving. So. So proposed changes, and I haven't even gone over the draft with you, but I want to talk about some changes. We talked about a utility worker in here. We recommend a utility worker, and my thoughts is that a utility worker, we would use 50% in water and 50% in wastewater. And that would be a roaming person between both the departments. And at this point in time, I would like to eliminate that within this budget and just explain it in a little bit more detail as I go down the list. We have in here a water update, the hydraulic model for the water master plan. I don't think we're there yet. In other words, we can do a hydraulic model, but how are we going to pay for the improvements that would be re-identified within that? So that may be something we could consider putting off to next year. Well, these are just the things that I'm going to be talking about I want to change. I want to reduce the amount of wastewater overtime that's in here. I want to reduce the amount of water overtime that's being proposed in the budget. I want to reduce some of the money that we've allocated for manhole repairs. The SR4 sewer line, I think we can reduce by about $10,000. and the CCV-TV line evaluation assessment, I think we can reduce it by $10,000. Now, with that being said, what I would propose in my June draft budget, or my final budget in June, is I think we need to add a water operator and a wastewater operator. I think that after the last year or so, I've been evaluating the system, and I think we need to get back to basics. I think we need to have a couple more boots on the ground. We need to get back into just some routine maintenance and repairs. We need to exercise our valves. We need to work on maps. We need to work on cleaning out our meter boxes. We need to work on changing meters. We just need to get some more people in the staff, and it would be the utility manager, then a senior water operator, a senior wastewater operator, and then 3 people in each department below them. So there's some discussions on page 221, an increase in water sales of $31,000 and an increase in wastewater sales of $21,000. I want to talk briefly a moment. You're going, oh my gosh, increase in water sales. Aren't we supposed to be conserving water? Why are we using more water? That's not the case. As I indicated earlier, we're changing out meters. We're changing out compound meters, and the changing out of those compound meters will result in more revenue for the district. We anticipate a $36,000 increase in property revenue from last year. The personnel costs, which consist of salaries and wages, plus payroll taxes and benefits, are based on the terms of the existing memorandum of understanding and actual rates of cost of living adjustments, retirement, workers' compensation, insurance, and payroll. Taxes, while a projected increase of 4% of health care benefits is budgeted. The annualized medical cost increase for the West region of the United States as of April 2013 was 1.8. So that statement says that there's a lot of things beyond our control as it relates to increases in the overall cost of staff for the department. In other words, we've negotiated contracts, certain things have gone up, so before everybody falls out of their chair, that's an increase of $180,161 is projected for personnel cost. Now remember, that $180,161 represents that utility worker that I talked about, which I'm taking out, and it also represents the conservation coordinator that the Conservation Committee is recommending. On page 222, additional details regarding personnel cost are on page 1 of 4 in the highlight section of the budget. Total budgeted maintenance and repair for capital outlay expenditures, so we have a capital improvement budget this year for the first time in many years, will increase by $175,858 for the total budget of from the total budget of last year. Additional details regarding major maintenance, capital outlay, and capital expenditures are provided in each departmental fund. Rebate and retrofit expenditures will increase by $68,838 for a total projected revenue of from last fiscal year. Now, one of the other things that we might want to talk about reducing, and this is a recommendation from the Conservation Committee, is we've allocated a significant amount of dollars towards conservation this year, and that's maybe something that we want to maybe tweak a little bit, and based on conversation today. On page 223, we have significant assumptions. Again, an increase in water revenue of $31,000 and a wastewater sales of $21,000. The next following pages are just comments about revenue and expenditures, in addition to just a lot of definitions about each of them. Alan did a really good job in laying everything out and giving you highlights of the draft budget. Well, let's get to the meat and potatoes of the budget, which is on page 227, and let's look at the operating revenues for the entire district for water, resource conservation, wastewater, fire department, administrative general funds, facilities resources, and parks and recreation. So last year's budget, our total revenues were $7,776,021. We project next year's revenues for all departments is $7,868,135. So we're projecting about a $92,000 increase in revenues. One of the most difficult things in preparing a water and wastewater budget is projecting revenues. You can look at historical trends, and Alan's done a really good job, and we're hoping that our revenues will continue to go up as we start replacing some of these older meters. And one of the things within this budget also is the recommendation to consider a possible cost adjustment as it relates to fees that we charge for water and wastewater. Now, our expenditures for the same departments that I just listed above, the expenditures for last year were running right about 7.9. We're looking at an increase of about $233,000 to about almost $8.2 million in expenditures for the district. So the budget is going up, but the budget is going up because of several reasons. We're going to be taking money out. We're proposing that we take money out of reserves from the water and wastewater reserves to have a capital budget and continue to spend a significant amount of money on our infrastructure. Page 228, I'll just skip over that. It's pretty straightforward. And I'm just going to continue to march on, and we can go back and ask questions if that's okay with everybody else. So we have, again, as I indicated, operating revenue for the fiscal year is a little bit higher, 1.2% on page 229. It's a little bit higher than last year. And the operating expenditures, if you look at them, the total payroll for all departments for the CCSD compared to last year is up about 4.4%. So again, the budget that we're proposing is slightly higher than last year. If you go to page 231, now we're in the water fund. The budget for the water fund for revenues, just projected revenues for the water department in 2013 and 2014 are $2,107,800 at the top of page 231. Last year, they were right about $2,119,228. Let's continue on. I would like to go to the next department. This is conservation, and that's on page 235. We're asking for a budget. If you look at water fund resources conservation, you'll see that the operating revenues we're anticipating about $116,900. Now, the operating expenditures are running about $361,921, and that's for several reasons. It's staff put in $75,000 for conservation, and the Conservation Committee recommended another $69,000 for to almost matching funds, if you will. That figure was derived from the amount that we paid Bill Medaus last year, and the thought was we might want to just stick that into conservation because it's a really important thing that the board is doing. The other component is the Conservation Committee recommended that we hire a conservation specialist. And so that has been something that the community has been asking for a long time. It's something the board and the Conservation Committee has asked for. So we're spending a significant amount of money in conservation that will need to come out of water reserves. Page 237 is the wastewater department. And we have total revenue. We're projected at $2,117,200. And last year's was a little bit lower than that. So it's about a 1% increase in operating revenue for the wastewater department that we anticipate. If you go down to expenditures for wastewater, you can see that there's a slight increase, about a 14.6% increase for salaries in wastewater. But the overall expenditures, and these are all the general categories under operating expenses for wastewater, are proposed at $2,336,052, and that's an increase of $206,699. So we're asking that the wastewater department be about 9.7% higher than it was last year. And if you look at the detail sheets, you'll see a lot of that is infrastructure improvements, lift stations, pumps, things like that. So I guess the fundamental question as we go through this document is, what does the board feel comfortable with from a policy standpoint about taking money out of reserves? And these aren't general fund reserves; these are water and wastewater reserves. And how low do you feel that would be an acceptable number? The wastewater department on page 239, is kind of a detailed list of what we're proposing as far as major maintenance. We're proposing $158,000 in major maintenance for the wastewater treatment plant, compared to last year of $121,000. So it's about a $36,000 increase in major maintenance. Now, capital outlay, this is something that is directly proportional to the deficit that we're seeing in the water or the wastewater department, not so much in water, but we thought it was important to put a capital budget together this year. And that on page 239, about midway down, you're going to see capital outlay. And over to the left, it shows the details of what we'd like to do, and would be more than happy as we go back to talk about the budget, the details of those things and why we need them. But that's going from 144 last year to 209,000 this year. So it represents a $64,000 increase in capital improvements for wastewater. And as you go through this, you kind of see a reoccurring theme that at some point, I know it's late so I can say this, at some point in time we're going to need to evaluate, a year or so down the road, our current rate structure, whatever that means, to be able to look at possibly funding some additional work that may or may not decided to be done in the future. So it could be something as simple as adjusting our rates, adjusting our tiers to promote conservation, as Director Rice has indicated in several different times. The next one's the general fund. And this is operating revenue for the fire department, administration, facilities, resources, and parks and rec. And the revenue projected for the general fund is right about $3,643,135. And that's on the top of page 240. So again, it's a 2.3% increase in revenues that we anticipate, about $83,000. And then the operating expenditures for the different departments are running about $3,635,000. On page 241 is Chief Miller's fire department budget. It's going up just a little bit, 0.7% of 1%, which is thank you, Chief, for keeping your cost under control. Last year, the revenue for the fire department was $1.589 million. This year, we're anticipating it being rated about $1.6 million. Now, the expenditures for the fire department, you can see over there, a little bit down the page on 241, is the total expenditures last year were a little bit higher than they are this year. The expenditures are $1.6 million. Page 242, the general fund. Again, there's a description of revenues and expenditures. And facilities and resources department on page 243. Really quickly, we're anticipating the fiscal year budget for the facilities and resources about $506,000 in revenue. We're hoping that we can rent this facility out some more, and we can generate some more money for the facilities and resources department. All the goals that were identified by FFRP and all the goals that were identified by PROS are in this budget, including $10,000 for moving forward with the improvements to the East Ranch. And so whatever that means, if it means getting the dog park over there or putting some park benches out or whatever it means. But whatever improvements are made to the East Ranch per conditions put on us by the county, we're going to have to we want to involve the community and make sure that they're involved in everything that we do out there. There were some other goals that were listed, improved trails. There's money in here for wetlands habitat enhancement and things like that. So I just want you to know that the budget for the facilities has gone up, but that department is just doing an incredible amount of work. And then on 244 is the general fund parks and recreation department. Not a real big budget, but there is money in there for things like public outreach and training and travel and allocated cost overhead for staff and things like that. I'm almost done. So this is 245. This is the professional services capital outlay. Alan did a really good job by each department listing the cost associated with the different projects we want to do for the fire department, administrative department, facilities, resources, and parks, recreation. And so it has a detailed cost of all those things. And then the very last page is the estimated amount that we anticipate having to take out of reserves. And this is what I really want to focus on today is based on all the details of everything you've seen previously, is the board comfortable with, I don't like to use the word deficit because we are spending money we have. We're spending money we have in designated reserves, which is the water and wastewater funds. We don't want to deplete those down too much, but it's a pretty aggressive budget. It's getting a lot of things done. But what me and Alan and staff need to get a feel for is are you comfortable with the amount that we're proposing to be taken out of reserves? And if not, just give us some direction and we'll come back and we'll work on it and we'll dial it in a little bit. The only changes I want to make to this are the things that I just mentioned to you here. Now, I know there's a couple conversations we want to have about conservation. Are you happy with the level of funding? Do you want to reduce it? If there's anything in here that you want to reduce, staff would be happy to talk about that and do it. And then all the technical questions. See, Alan thought he was going to give this budget presentation, but any questions about the reserves or anything like that, I can answer them. But I'd like to work together and team with him and answer anything that the board may have. So Alan will get his chance. He sat here for 3 hours. So thanks, board.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Also eating cake and drinking coffee, so we feel good Thursday. We have 2 requests to speak on public comment. First is Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, too, for having the Lynn's chocolate cake. My second helping about an hour ago was equally delicious as the first. Hint, it's there. I want to ask questions about page 223. And you might recall, I didn't hear from any of you, but I sent you all an email using a metaphor to describe your verifiability conservation program. And I said in that memo, email to you, that it's like a chef inviting us to lunch, a great big buffet lunch. And we get there, and the chef hands us all recipes and says, I hope you feel satisfied, come back next time. The point of my metaphor was that if you have a conservation program and no verifiability set up, you have nothing to eat. That's, I'm sure, I didn't watch it, I'm sure that's what the county was talking about. Now, I bring it up right now again because if you have on page 223, in 2 different places, an upward trend or an upwards trend in water revenue, because you might have some, I hope I quote correctly, changing out compound meters might bring more revenue. How do you know that just changing out those meters, which might indeed produce some more revenue, will offset the decline in revenue from this fantastic conservation program that you're going to have? We don't have the numbers. We'd have no idea. We've got one of those shower heads. We haven't put it up yet because actually that hot water thing that we got worked so badly 3 or 4 years ago that we turned it off. How are you going to check, friends, on conservation to give you a solid financial basis for your budget? I won't say anything more other than please, please, after all I've said today about staffing, look at that big salaries and wages and payroll taxes and benefits under significant assumptions. Now, I know General Manager Gruber has already said that these aren't accurate because they've been changed now in the past 5 days, I don't know. But you're going to be asked to come to the June meeting and make significant decisions beyond what some of you thought you had the right to make, because now we've got the big PPR question that still puts the obligation for staff decisions on you. And that's not going to be changed by June. So friends, you can tell I've been here since 12:30. I really, again, do thank you very much for the chocolate cake. You honored a very, very gifted young man today, and that in and of itself is a significant reason to have attended this whole meeting, because I thank you again for honoring this filmmaker who will shape our future like those of us in the room probably won't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. And then we have Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. How sad to hear Elizabeth express herself with those last few words. That those of us who are committed to being here, who care about our community, are not recognized. That's sad. But in this item, the budget, much of what Elizabeth said, actually, I was going to address. I do not understand the revenues going up, except for the fact that if you're taking them out, or you're projecting to take them out of water and wastewater, sure, then you'll have more revenue. But if what we've been told, and with the hiring of Medeus for conservation, the projection of revenue, the projection of 70 to 90 acre feet is what I heard up through 2020. I don't understand how that's possible if we, and I know I already do my part, 4 units every 2 months, maybe 5. I'm doing my part. It's not that I can't afford to spend more money on water, it's I choose not to. I'm trying to help this community. But I have a real problem when I see that the revenues are projected to go up, and yet we're asking people to lower their consumption of water. How does that equate? How on earth does that equate, except to take it out of other funds? The other thing I would like to see, and I'm greatly disturbed on the website, the CCSD website, when I want to look at an organizational chart, I can actually pull it up, but it's blank. I go to the state of California's organizational chart, and it's filled with the names who occupy those positions. I want to see that on our website, and I want to see job descriptions, and if people are to be certified for water and wastewater, I want to see that they have those certifications. When I see on page 223, three positions that are going to be shared in water and wastewater. Those are separate certifications for specific jobs in those departments. I want to know that if whoever it is has that certification or certifications, and that they are kept current, because I'm really, I'm digging into some of this stuff. And I would hope that you would be, because that's what you are all about. And this PPR is absolutely like something I've never heard before, where the general manager has to come before the board with what he earlier said that he made an explanation for. I never heard of that before. But if that's the case, then I think some things need to be changed immediately. And Elizabeth's right. How are you going to do that and vote on it before the next meeting? It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating for the people who do care, and we just get pushed aside. But the people who show up maybe once a year at your urging of Unlock and other entities, realtors who are out to make. I just saw a realtor who already has 5 or 6 pieces of property. He just purchased another one. Really? He wants to build a home here? It's just like you accuse the county. Speculation. Think about it, folks. You've got a lot in front of you. And my hope was that with a new GM a couple of years ago and a new board, that things were going to look very different. But I don't feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. And then we have Mary Webb.
Thank you, Board. I remain an optimist, and I actually do think things are getting better, so I appreciate all that you're doing. And I know you have just a tremendous amount of like issues in front of you. I don't really have a problem with taking money out of the reserves and putting them in capital outlay. We've been talking about capital projects for, you know, ad infinitum, so I think that's, I think we could probably do that. I do have some issues with the fire department budget. You know, I understand we're fire prone and all that kind of stuff, but I love the forest and I'm not really worried about a fire. For the fire department, one of the issues that Chief Miller, and I'm sorry he's not here, one of the issues he said he had at one of our meetings last month or the month before was that he hires, you know, they hire all these active reservist trainee people, and then we train them, and it costs us a lot of money to do that, and then we do such a great job at training them, they go off somewhere else and get a job somewhere else. And I've been thinking about that for about 60 days, and I thought, you know, do we have an agreement with the trainees that in order for them to stay with us, if we're going to spend the money on training them, they have to make a commitment to us for 5 years before they go off and take that training somewhere else that we paid for? And along the line of the fire department budget, they're cutting North Coast Ocean Rescue in half. I think that is wrong. When you look every month at the fire department, number of times they've been called out for a fire, one time out of 332 calls or one time out of 507 is a fire. There's only one fire out of 572 calls or whatever it is, month after month after month. North Coast Ocean Rescue saves lives. They have saved lives. They saved my husband's life. That should not be cut. It should be not only not cut, North Coast Ocean Rescue deserves a budget, and I think that should be like more part of our fire department, really, than some of the fire is part of our fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. My understanding is that, Mary, in fact, the North Coast Ocean Rescue has a budget because last year we took the steps of bringing them formally into the fire department. I believe this budget is based upon their request. We certainly are not of a mind to cut the North Coast Ocean Rescue. We strongly support them.
Yeah, thank you, President Thompson. Based on their request, but also based on what's been spent to date as part of this fiscal year, and I absolutely agree with Mary. I think it's a wonderful organization, and so we weren't cutting. We just based that dollar amount on the requests from them and what the expenditures have been this fiscal year. Now, if they come back and say, you know, hey, Jerry, we would like some more money, then, you know, we have a whole month to look at that. And just one other point, you know, if you look at the revenue, the sheet starting on page 223, you know, the descriptions and the drafts and things like that, you'll see that there are several categories that we anticipate receiving more revenue from, one of which is property tax. So to say that the budget is growing considerably because we anticipate a $31,000 increase in just water sales is just capturing a portion of the anticipated revenues that Alan and I forecasted and feel that would contribute to the overall increase in the budget. So there are a lot of different revenue streams, some large, property tax, some very small, but if you look through the pages for revenues, you'll see that there are several categories that represent an increase. And so there's where those projections for overall revenues came from. I don't want to mix apples and oranges. When we talk about an increase in sales of water, we ask how do we come up with that? Well, there was one particular, and any of this is forecasting, there was one particular hotel, it was is Sea Otter Inn, Alan, that we replaced that meter, or that we see something? Well, we placed a meter at a hotel, and we saw a significant trend. $31,000, if you look at the overall projected revenue for water sales, is just a very, very small amount, which represented a conservative estimate on our part. So I can appreciate the concerns relating to that, but if you put it in its proper perspective, it's a very small estimated increase in revenue projections, and it's a very small piece of the overall picture of the revenues generated by the department. So, But those are really good questions, and I really appreciate
And do
them.
we not have an agreement with the reserves for their training for reimbursement of costs if they leave within a certain period of time? That was my understanding.
I believe we have a 2-year agreement, but that's something that we definitely need to look at, and I think that a couple of them have left early, and we are making efforts to get that money back, especially relating to paramedic training. But I think it's a very good point. And it also should be addressed in the long-term strategic goal of the fire department. I wish Chief was here, but you know, that's one of the things that's on the board's goal is talking about a 5-year plan for the fire department. Is that something we want to continue to do? It's been a very successful program. We may want to consider carrying on and keep doing it, but with that caveat of paying for.
If we don't have it, we should. I know in larger jurisdictions, there certainly is that sort of agreement where they're required to stay within for a certain period of time, and then if not, they have to reimburse their training costs. I think that's something
And I
we should
believe we
have.
have a 2-year, I'm almost positive, and Alan's shaking his head, yeah, because he's the one that goes after the money when they don't, but I think, I'm sure that we have a 2-year, and that's something from a policy standpoint, or even administrative standpoint, you know, it's like, hey, guys, or ladies, if you want to, you know, join the club, you got to stay around for a while, you know, and that's absolutely, because we put a lot of money into training, too.
I think it depends on where we got the money for training, because I think there were 4 paramedics that were sent based on a federal government grant, and therefore we can't restrict them to stay with us, because that's Fed's money and they can go anywhere, and the Fed is making the decision. So there are times when, yes, if it's our money, we could put some things on it, but also understand that sometimes we get grant money from state or feds, and they're not going to say necessarily that it has to be right here.
Other discussion, Director Robinette?
Yes, just a couple of things. On the, we keep mentioning the replacement of meters and capturing some of the billings that actually really are authentic and they've just been lost. Is there, what is the difference between, or do we look at this, for example, annual production and then of course annual billings? How much did we bill for and how much was produced? So the discrepancy there is, of course, where did the other water go? If it's been going to residences and commercial and all of that, then how much water and, of course, revenue are we looking at?
Well, we do look at the difference. Sorry. We do look at the difference between production and usage, sales, as far as that goes. There is some loss, as I understand it, and Jerry probably be much better answer this, or a water systems person, but you could have the best system in the world, there's some loss through leakage and whatnot, no matter what. But then the other part, you minimize that, of course, as much as possible, but the other part is meters, as they get old, they go slower and they don't register as much. And that, whenever we've replaced these old meters, we have seen an uptick in that. Some have been incredibly large, some have been not nearly so large. One thing that has not been mentioned, Jerry mentioned that it is a fairly small amount. It's less than 2% for water, about 1% for wastewater, the increase. And that a lot of it is replacing the meters, but also we're seeing the economy come up and there seems to be increasing sales due to that too. So it's not all one or the other. If anything, I think the sales projections are relatively conservative, based on the 2 factors, seeing an increase, even with the thoughts that, yes, if conservation is happening, that of course reduces sales.
Well, I just think it would be interesting to see it, just in dollars for just an average of, say, production compared to even some of these that now you put new meters in, and how much it increased, and just look at the bigger picture. If there were, old less accurate meters all throughout the community, how much would we really gain? It's just something to look at sometime and actually kind of equate it to some averages and some dollar costs, you know, that we might capture. That was the first point. The other one was actually more a response to Mary on the NCORE, which is very dear to my heart. I set that line item up, and I just wanted to let you know I appreciated your comments. But also, in looking at the $10,000, this was something else that conversation that I had now. It came in not from it comes in from the departments, but they felt $5,000 for next year was adequate. But I did talk to some of the NCORE, some of the key people there, and they felt very satisfied. What had happened was when we started talking about this within the last month, out of the 10,000, we still had about 6,000 sitting, and those are not carryover budgets. So that was the first thing. And however, in the meantime, it's been motivational because there are some good things they wanted: night vision goggles, being able to see waves coming in at night, you know, those very critical things to keep not only their lives safe, but in making rescues, to make sure it's a successful rescue. So the $5,000 next year is based on, I would say, simply a ballpark, but if there are particular needs that they have, or let's say that one of their boats and the motor gives out, then we're always going to be, I think, amenable to reviewing that based on their needs. But it was nice you brought it up.
Director Rice?
I have a question. This is page 239 I'm going to be referring to. In the wastewater capital outlay, there's a fairly significant amount, and if you want to be taking money out of reserves, which I don't necessarily disagree with, it would be nice if we could stay within the money that we get coming in. But is this going to be an annual and ongoing? We talked about the conservation budget reflecting how much money, at least as much money as we spent on the plan, should be spent going forward for the program. Is this going to be an annual ongoing capital outlay, or is there a bigger list that you picked these particular items from and made them a priority because of how bad these particular panels were? I mean, is it kind of, I guess what I'm asking is, do we need to do all of these, or can we reduce the amount we're taking out of reserves so we have more of a cushion? Is there a bigger plan? Like if we were doing a 2-year budget, is this going to end in 2 years? We're going to spend a total of $400,000 to do these kinds of things, or can you give me a bigger picture?
It's a very good question. It is chipping away at it very, very slowly. If I had a couple $1 million, I could spend it, but I would spend it wisely, of course. But this was derived from the CIP list that we updated, and that CIP list will tie into the connection fees that we'll bring next month. But the CIP list is, we had a CIP list, and it consisted of a whole bunch of things, and I wadded it up and threw it out. And so we started over because I just think that I thought that it needed much more attention. So over the next 5 or 6 months, we came up with evaluating all the lift stations, all the pumps, all the blowers, all the motors, the whole 9 yards, and it's a pretty extensive list. And and from that list, to answer your question, we picked kind of the highest priorities. For an example, lift station B in here is the one behind Huntington, right there. It's the main pump station. It's got 2 crown pumps in there that are about 30 years old, and they're in pretty bad shape. So we're at best right now addressing some deficiencies, but it's not nearly enough. And I don't want to sound like the sky is falling and things like that, but it's not nearly enough to really tackle some of the serious problems that we have. But on the flip side, remember, the wastewater department is going to retire some bonds in 14-15 and 15-16, and that's going to free up a significant amount of money. Also, it comes down to what can we manage as staff. You can have a bunch of money, but if you have limited resources to be able to manage the implementation of the things that you want to do, So this also reflects priority based on the CIP, but it also is what we feel that with the existing staff that we have, that we can properly manage. Because if you start doing too many things, then you start doing them halfway, and you don't start really, you got kind of just, let's try to get all these things done because. I'd rather be a little more methodical and a little slower and do the things that we need to do. So going back to 14, 15, 15, 16, when we retire these bonds, that's going to free up a significant amount of money on the wastewater side, and that will enable us to do a lot more projects that have been identified on the CIP list. I wish, as I sat down and spent, many hours with Alan and many hours with Mike, and now BG's really intimately involved in the process, a district engineer, which is really important part of the whole part of the process, is, it's what can we really afford to do versus what really needs to be done. And so I know that's a long answer, but I wish I had a lot more to do what needs to be done. But because of this board, we're heading in the right direction.
Dr. Berenger?
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments. One, thank you very much for the ad hoc committee working hard with on the budget. I know everybody's worked very hard, and I really like the idea that we have a budget that now is including something like North Coast Ocean Rescue. They were never on a budget. They came to us one time, and I think the board responded very quickly with saying that maybe we should be spending some of our funds for that. And same thing with the Friends of the Fiscalina Ranch Preserve. They've been working and volunteering and doing all this stuff for such a long time. And I think now, to Mr. Gruber's benefit, but also I think the board is very responsive to saying that we should shoulder more of those responsibilities, and I like that, and I think that's good. And one of the things, and I'm also comfortable with deficit spending. Well, no, I'm not. I'm comfortable with the fact that we're dedicating some of our reserves to very important and critical projects, but I also heard the word rate adjustment come up. And I'm sure that if we did have more funds, we would be able to more quickly apply, monies to some of those major projects. So, the word came up, and we should just say it once or twice, because I think this year we should take a look at that. I like the idea of very small incremental increases, if they're really needed, rather than trying to come in with a very large rate increase in any way. Also, I did notice, though, on page 230 that you have rodeo grounds pumping station design and the Stewart Street tank design. You have a couple $100,000 on that. Does that mean that we don't anticipate actually building anything during the 2013-14?
This was money that was previously allocated for the design of the rodeo grounds. So we anticipate in this next coming fiscal year, in fall, getting the designs for the rodeo grounds in Stewart Street and being able to put those out to bid to see what they'll come back as. Couple things. Because of the board's decision to decrease fire flow to 1,500 gallons, the cost of the rodeo grounds is going to be significantly less, probably in the ballpark of $1.2 million, somewhere around there. But we don't have to build Stewart Street tank right now. What I would propose, if once we get this design for both of them and we put it out to bid, then we sit down and we say, okay, here's what the rodeo grounds is going to cost us. How are we going to pay for it? And Alan and I, there's all kinds of options that we can consider at that time. But I think first we have to get it designed, we have to put it out to bid, and then those figures need to come back, and then at that point in time, that's when we collectively decide, what are our funding mechanisms to be able to pay for this thing. I absolutely agree with Director Berenger with regards to in this draft budget we have monies for a rate study, but that's for this fiscal year. But I think one of the things that we need to do is if and when the board from a policy standpoint ever decides to do that with community input, that it's gradual, that it's represents something significant, you know, that we show the community this is what we want to pay for, and we don't try to do a bunch of things, you know. So there's all different. I think we can be successful, but it has to be well thought out, and it has to be gradual and implemented, and not, okay, we need to do all these things, so here's a big, you know, because, you know, we want to continue to improve the infrastructure, but we want to do it in a manner that is palatable to the community and to the board.
Yeah, Director Clift.
Yeah, and I was going to emphasize that same point, that in both the water and the wastewater, there is need to transfer from reserves, and I don't have a problem with that at all. But there also, in the professional services for each of those, is a total amount that has to do with a rate study. And working on this budget starting back in 2006 with Director McKinnon, we have probably cut as far as we can cut, and we might have even cut farther than we, as you talk about the boots on the ground need to be. And so we kind of have to look at either some form of rate adjustment in the future. And one thing that's not included in here is any kind of connection fees. So understand that there's no anticipation of any connection fees in this budget. And if we were to issue 10 to 20 meters during the next fiscal year, that could have a large effect on the amount of rates that would be needed and things. So there's a whole lots of different ways to skin this cat, and I think it's important that the public know that we've probably at the bottom in terms of what we could cut, and that we're going to have to do some increases, and I would surely rather see the majority of that increase come out of connection fees rather than spreading rates out to people, because we do have a system that's deteriorating, and we got to keep the infrastructure up to date.
And I think it's important to note too that if we want to have the kind of district and the infrastructure that we are used to and that we're accustomed to and that we would like to continue to have in the future, and this isn't about bells and whistles, I sure hope, that to do that people are going to have to pay more. Hopefully we can adjust the rates, not up for people who, like Tina Dickinson and other people who are using 4 and 5 units. Hopefully those folks would either see their rates stay the same or go down, but that we actually put the burden on the larger water users.
I think that one of the conservation strategies was pricing, right, and that pricing will have to be we ought to consider pricing before we consider general rate increase.
I agree with that. So I think with that guidance, we can just accept the budget unless...
I just have one other question. Is the board happy with, happy, that's a weird word with budgets.
We're happy.
Happy. Are you okay with the level of conservation spending, or do you want to ratchet it down a little bit, or what do you want? Because we have the 75 that...
I'm more than happy with it. Okay. We might not end up spending it all, but I would surely not cut it back.
I think it's critical if we're going to show a commitment to conservation as being one of our sources of water in our portfolio, and especially with the verifying the things that the county wants us to verify and everything. I think that if anything, it should go up. But
I think our thinking was, yes, it is very good, certainly. For the community, but it also, not because of, but just does also seem to be the kinds of things the county is wanting reassurance on. They're wanting to have some very systematic way to show what are we saving with water with these conservation measures that we're currently implementing, and what are we going to do now during the next fiscal year. I would only say on that, leaving it the same during our meeting, I'm just thinking back about our meeting when we met on it, the one thing I had wanted to recapture in addition to what was proposed was, well, where does this money that we spent on Madhouse, who has to have, and does have credibility, I've found over the time, and does, I think, give support to county also as one more reassurance, not just out here, although I think we could take care of ourselves out here, but nevertheless, the only thing I would say, if there's a need in the budget elsewhere to scale back slightly on conservation, I had asked that we take that 69,000 and add it to our conservation budget, but I would like to think that at least that would be the only, I guess what I'm saying is, do you need to make some shifts that are very minor?
It just really boils down to this, what is the comfort level of the board regarding the level that you want to take out of water and wastewater reserves? So if you were not, see when we started the budget, we put the 75,000 in for conservation because and then we added the 69,000, and then we added the conservation specialist. So it's a significant budget. And the only reason I asked the board for direction regarding that is that it would, because we understand and I support how important it is, but it would just, if you were to say, okay, 30 or 40,000, that would just be less we'd have to take out of reserves, and so it would, but that's the only reason I would, be mentioning it. Alan and I, as we prepare this and work with the budget committee, we just wanted to have a feel, and really like to thank the budget committee. We really just wanted to have a feel on what comfort level the board had regarding tapping into the water and wastewater reserves.
Yeah, my sense is that from listening to the discussion here that the board is quite comfortable with what you presented. And I'd like to also compliment the budget committee and the conservation committee for the work that you've done in putting this draft together. If there's...
I just have one other question. Do we have, I don't know, I guess it would be out of the water department. If the Army Corps bails, if we need to do something about that with the contracts that they have out with Chambers Group or whatever, that we have to end up managing those, or I don't know, is there any contingency in there for something that might have to go forward on that front?
No, there's not.
So that would have to come out of reserves.
And I would hope that.
Hopefully we don't have to.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting we should. I just wanted to know if it was included in that.
No, it's not. And I would hope that if and when that time came that we would stand firm with the Army Corps and expect them to stand up to their commitment to get us the EIR and EIS in a timely manner, because it would be a really, I'm being nice too because it's late, but to go back to the well and give them any more money I think is unrealistic. And I was told by a very wise person that if they run out of money, that's their problem. You hold them to the fire and you make sure that they give us a finished product and they can figure out where the money comes from. So
thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think we've exhausted this discussion, and Mr. Gruber will have it back in final form next month for adoption.
And I would like to meet with just the budget committee one more time, if you guys don't mind. I know just another meeting, but maybe talk about the few changes that I did. But if not, we'll send you a draft and we'll move forward. And thank you very much, board.
We want to meet, don't we?
Yeah.
One more time? Sure we do.
I'm going to be gone for about 10 days.
Okay. All right. We'll get it to you. Alan will have it knocked out in about 10 minutes. So.
Okay, regular business, 9A, discussion and consideration of, well, this is yours, Mr. Gruber, if you would.
Thank you. 9A, this is a discussion and consideration of possible relocation of termination of lease of the rodeo with the County of San Luis Obispo regarding the public works yard located on the East Ranch Rodeo Grounds. Do we have that footage of the rodeo grounds? Yeah, I just a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I actually had a PowerPoint for the budget, but I was told that I'd put you to sleep with it. So this is, and I guess I can tell you just that SLO County Public Works leased rodeo at the rodeo grounds. Next slide, please. So this is the rodeo grounds, and these equipment have showed up kind of the last week when they've been doing some work here in town, but essentially they've abandoned it. They've abandoned the facility. There was some concerns that were generated from the NCACA meeting, and I think they're legitimate concerns about, well, during emergencies, will the county still be able to respond, to be mobilized in Cambria? And I guess the response to that is, well, they've pretty much left anyway, but the county does watch the storms, and they do mobilize. So if you look at this, this is right behind this fenced area is where the rodeo grounds is going to go. It's out of the floodplain. But that's really our future parking area as identified by the ranch management master plan. And so for us to move forward, that facility will have to go. We have made several attempts with the county. We've contacted Dave Flynn, and we haven't heard back. But Carlos, we do have some other options for them, which is some of our land up in the San Simeon area where we have the house up there. So there are other options for them. So if you can envision this just going and it being eventually a nice parking area, it would be the start to what we eventually want to do for a passive park on the East Ranch. Next slide, please. Is there any more other slides? So this is the gateway to our new East Ranch Park, and it just looks like garbage. It really does. You can see it's all overgrown, and it goes all the way back there. So if that facility was to be taken out, the fence would be taken down. Facilities and Resources would maintain that area right there, and it would just look a lot more aesthetically pleasing to the area, to the community. Next slide, please. Continue down that road, and there's some of the county contracted vehicles. And so remember, Carlos now is going to be taking over that facility right there, and it's going to clean it all up. Those old blue tanks, those old crummy-looking blue tanks that were Filtronics filtering system for the wells will be taken out. We don't need them anymore. So the water yard is going to start being cleaned up and spruced up and looking nicer. We have money in the budget for that, and we get rid of this. Next, another slide. Is there another slide? Is that it? That's it. So it's part of what the board adopted, part of what the FFRP adopted, and part of what PROS adopted as far as the goal to move forward with improvements to the East Ranch. But I understand that it's a sensitive issue regarding the county and are they going to be here for us and those type of things. So.
Well, I think on the other hand, opportunity just knocks. I mean, we're talking about those other goals and the dog park. You just cut those weeds down and you've already got it fenced in. Okay, it's late.
I
actually have some things too. But
I know the concern that I was hearing from the NCAC what had to do with not so much necessarily emergencies and weather events, as much as regular road maintenance is not getting done because the equipment is not close enough for them to be able to do it. And when you live in Lodge Hill, there are many, many, many roads that are unpaved and that need fairly regular maintenance, and that stuff is just isn't getting done. And the reasons that keep it being given is that the equipment's in Morro Bay, the equipment's down the road in Cayucas, and they don't have a place to store it up here.
have we actually had county tell some of our
Erwin Oweneshan has been trying to address this issue now
on
for
the
like a
traffic
year
committee.
and a half.
Yeah,
so
I think
when it was, excuse me, since they chose to move out, is that correct?
That's correct. It's our understanding that because of budget cutbacks and the need to consolidate their resources into a more centralized area, whatever that may be, that before these tractors showed up there a week ago, because the rumor has it they knew we were going to be talking about this, so they probably rented some tractors and stuck them in there. I hope the county's not watching right now. But before that, it was empty for 6 or 8 months, so they had already pretty much moved their trailer out, and of course, I think the mobilization of the county in regards to improving the roads in Cambria needs to be addressed at the Board of Supervisors level, and especially road maintenance and things like that. But as far as what we want to do as a community and the goals that we've established, I think that, we have a lease with them. I've attached that here. We have an agreement. We have a 30-day notice. And, and I think it's a mutually agreeable thing, and we just say, hey, this is what we want to do, and this is the direction we want to go. And I don't think you're going to notice any decrease in the level of service. I think if we want a commitment from the county, then we need to say, hey,
Right.
yeah, these are the roads that need to be maintained, and so it's a,
No, I totally agree with that, and I think moving it is a great idea. I would like to, I just wanted to know if there was any place else that the CCSD had available that we could keep some income and lease to them.
Aren't we offering that? We're offering to give them other space.
We have reached out, yeah.
Right. I understand that,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to be clear on.
Right.
I think the thing that speaks volumes to this whole thing is that, one, they were gone for a while. They probably didn't tell us much about it. They just left.
No, they just left.
And the other issue is that we contacted them, we offered them alternative spaces. They have a great opportunity to pick and choose if they want, and they didn't get back to us. I'm surprised we got some trucks, trailers there. I'm glad they put some stuff, but maybe instead of just putting some things in the yard to make a statement, they could pick up the phone and we can work something out. Probably better for them.
Could we entertain a motion that would?
I would move that we direct the general manager to notify the county of the need for that space and give them their 30-day notice, and reiterate the fact that we do have other spaces that they could consider.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Motion is approved. Mr. Gruber, if you'll undertake that task. One more, well, at least one more. Discussion and consideration of bi-monthly or quarterly evening study sessions. This was as a result of some board discussion at the last meeting. That's item number 9B. There are several suggested topics. We did, when the Vice President and I discussed with Mr. Gruber the item, there were several items that we felt would be very appropriate for such a evening study session, and they're listed on the report. One would be the administrative policy for the implementation for the issuance of intent to serve letters, revisions to water and wastewater connection fees, revisions to the district mission statement, and discussion about the 5-year strategic plan for the Cambria Fire Department. We also discussed the timing of such a meeting, and I think we're looking at perhaps the second or third week of June in the evening, and we wanted to bring this to the board for discussion and your pleasure on this item.
I actually would like to make a motion, if that's okay, and then we can have some discussion on it. I move that we have this discussion on the second or third week of June on an evening study session, so we can have a full discussion when we're not spent 5.5 hours, and we can better serve the public, I think, by having a full discussion about how we set agenda items and such at the first such meeting. Second week of. Is that okay?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would like to make it as soon as possible in June, and I would suggest the 12th of June being a Wednesday, and just throwing it out as a potential day.
So what do we want to do?
My motion has to do, my motion is I move that we schedule an evening study session that's an agendaed meeting where we can fully discuss how we're going to set agendas for these evening meetings.
Okay.
I'm kind of saying let's move this discussion to the next meeting.
Would this be so would we have other things that evening on the agenda, or would that be the only discussion item? How do we see that?
That's what I see, that we would have the discussion about what items we would want to see on such a meeting.
In the future. But it would be like an organizational kind of discussion.
That's how I'm envisioning, that's what my motion is.
To have, what time do we want these
I
meetings to
disagree with
start?
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock? Yeah, because we'd be at 12 o'clock now, but.
But we're not having, it's not going to be a business meeting, though. It's not going to be a business meeting, and it would be limited. That's what I'm saying. I think we should have this discussion at the first such meeting.
I would say that if you set a time like 6 o'clock, you should have a not to exceed 10.
I agree with that, but,
Something like that.
but I think that Mr. Cliff, or Director Cliff, at the last time, really wanted to be able to have us discuss something substantially among ourselves that we can't do without the Brown Act. So I would suggest that we have at least item 1 and/or 2 as agenda items so that we can freely discuss those issues, like an administrative policy for implementation of the issues of intent to serve letters. That also gives the opportunity for the public to come with a subject in mind to work with. So I think it as a minimum, we would use this number 1, and perhaps the president and the vice president could get together, receiving input from other people that may want to have maybe potentially 1 additional agenda item, so that we come here, we can also talk about what to do on the, maybe that's one of the agenda item, how do we set up the agenda items?
I think
we won't get anybody to come
it's
here.
good to have the organizational discussion,
Yeah.
and if we have some staff reports that we can share on a draft basis, I think it'd be good to have that as another item too.
And I think items 1 and 2 are would be good at that time, because staff would get some concept of direction that they're going to bring back, not in June, but in maybe June or in July.
Right, right.
I would like to make sure we don't overload the agendas, because we can have pretty long discussions about
We'll take
each
that,
of these
definitely
items.
take that under advisement. I would just say with respect to June 12th, that's the evening of the Chamber of Commerce Business Showcase, so I
That
don't know
wouldn't
that
be
we
good,
would
no.
be able to.
Would a Thursday be better, or are we trying to accommodate people outside of our normal?
With the 13th, or?
I like the 13th.
Well, I would like to ask our most devoted supporters here, what is your thinking on what night?
I think the people that would be here aren't here. 'Cause they
Tuesday,
don't-
Wednesday, or
But they'll be here. I think Mary and Jim will be here, and so I'd just like to hear from them.
Is the regular meeting. So I.
Okay, wait, I have a conflict on Thursdays because I'm moving karaoke night that I host, and that's a job I get paid for to do, is moving to Thursdays, so I would have to leave by 8:30 on Thursdays.
Oh, well, hopefully we're done by 8:30.
Tuesday the 11th?
Tuesday 11th was fine with me, too.
Tuesday?
Works for me.
I don't have a problem with Wednesday either, but there might be a conflict with people of particular faith. They go to church on Wednesday. There's a lot of people go to church on Wednesday night.
Can we do Tuesday if there's no conflict? Tuesday the 11th?
I've got a poker game, but I think I can pass.
Or maybe we just do Friday night or Saturday night.
No. that
Oh,
wouldn't work
come
for
on
me.
now.
That wouldn't work for me.
Well, let's,
And leave it up to the
Yeah.
board, leave it up to the executive committee to determine what items.
We'll poll and get it, but
There'll always be a conflict.
My purpose would be earlier on in June, so that we have a couple of weeks, if something has to go on the actual board agenda, as a result of what our discussion is, we'll have some time to do that.
Okay, we got it.
okay. Item 10, future agenda items.
I think it's just about time that we were talking about in January, I guess, when we were approving the bylaws, that we were going to do revision of the bylaws, and we had said sometime June, July-ish. So I just wanted to touch base and see, because we need to be doing that. And I totally volunteered to do it, but we need to, and by we, I mean whoever wants to join me on that, but, yeah. So I don't know. I know June's going to be a packed agenda. It doesn't have to be June, but I need to start working on it, so.
Anyone else? Hearing none, we'll move to item number 11, which is an adjourn, and we are so adjourned.